you probably need a left tackle, and you could probably maybe use a left guard. You could definitely use a tight end. One thing I'll be interested to see today, though, in the 6th round, if the Dolphins may have the opportunity to pull the trigger on Will Mallory if he's still there from Miami. Now, I like Mallory a lot. I'm not quite sure if he's the type of tight end to fit into the Mike McDaniel offense. I thought Darnell Washington, who they passed on multiple times, would have been a better fit in that, but Darnell Washington from Georgia had some injury concerns. I think that's why he's been sliding down the board. So I'm not sure if Mallory would be the best fit, but I know he can play because I watched him play for the last 4 years, and he might still be on the board there for the Dolphins. And, the pick that it did frustrate some fans, and maybe some of this frustration is a little bit misplaced, was the Cam Smith pick in the 2nd round, number 51 overall. That's the talented cornerback from South Carolina. There's some interesting wrinkles there, Dan, because Chris Greer's son plays on that South Carolina team. He's a teammate of Cam Smith. So obviously he was able to give a lot of inside information to the Dolphins general manager that you couldn't strictly get based on interviews and workouts and film. Greer was able to get a much better idea of what this player is all about. If you look at his highlight reel, Cam Smith is always in the right places at the right time. He's pulling in a lot of interceptions. I know that there are some concerns about his coverage in the run game. He's not maybe the most well-rounded corner. It's the reason why a guy that had late first-round grades from a lot of people did slide into that 2nd round. And then, Dan, I think if we also project this out into the future, in the near future, Xavier Howard is going to become really, really, really expensive. So you might have just drafted his replacement. You groomed this guy for a year to play alongside Jalen Ramsey as a primary starting cornerback, I should say, in 2024. And maybe you've just drafted the guy who's going to replace X on this roster.
You know what you can never have enough of? Cornerbacks in the NFL.
That's true.
In the AFC especially. Yeah, and you got Josh Allen, talented receivers on Buffalo's side. You got Aaron Rodgers now in your division. That's a great point, Vlad.
What about Mac Jones?
Yeah, I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah, I was wondering. What we're going to do in just a minute, we're going to get to the montage, kind of wrapping up the week that was here in South Florida. And what a week it was. Of course, you can join us on 560 WQAM, the Odyssey app, also on YouTube Live and the Twitch page. My man, Carl the Cat from Baton Rouge, checking in, saying what's going on. So appreciate him listening in Baton Rouge. Carl the Cat, check us out, YouTube Live, Twitch, of course, 560, and the Odyssey app. We're going to be covering all the draft and all the crazy playoff sports and good stuff that's happening in South Florida and around the world. But right now, Vlad, let's do it. Let's wrap up the week that was here in South Florida sports.
It's time to ball, y'all. The Bucks win the tip.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for this afternoon's matchup. Game 4, Panthers and Boston Bruins.
Out of fire. Lopez. Toe-to-toe. The house is already booming and rocking.
Welcome inside TD Garden here in Boston for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins. Game 5. The Bruins holding a 3-1 lead in this first round.
I like the way it tastes in the middle of the night in the cemetery, breathing in the moonlight.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for tonight's Game 6 as the Florida Panthers are trying to even their first round best-of-7 series with the Boston Bruins, hoping to force a Game 7.
Friday night baseball here in South Florida with South Florida's own Jesus Luzardo on the mound. An exciting win for the Marlins yesterday, and they hope to piggyback off of that.
Looks for Campana, the header down and slapped to the ground by Clark. Not quite razor sharp enough, but Clark able to slap it away at the last moment.
But that's it for this one. 6-2 Bruins. That's a final.
The series is led by the Eastern Conference 8th seed Miami Heat, 3-1.
Allmark back four, gave it away. Verhaeghe to the front of the net. It's poked at. Backhand. They score. Matthew Tkachuk in overtime. And the Panthers win it 4-3. And there's going to be a Game 6 in Sunrise on Friday.
The Miami Heat advance to the second round. are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come.
Ground ball up the middle, pass Swanson and into center field. Segura wins it. It's a Marlins walk-off win.
Buy me some Gene Segura right now. 7-5. The Panthers get it done tonight in Game 6. There's going to be a Game 7 on Sunday.
That's what I'm talking about right there. The last time Vlad, my cousin, and I went to a Panthers game was the last time they lost. Vlad, did you watch any of the game last night? The Panthers, they score 4 in the third to tie the series with the Bruins. 3 games apiece. Game 7 tomorrow night, 6:30. Did you watch some of the game last night?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you were there. Okay, so what
Wow.
was the difference between Sunday and that abysmal showing to last night?
They actually played like they gave a damn. Like they were really having an opportunity to pull off an upset. It was weird. Game 4, when we went on Game 4 Sunday, they played lackluster.
It was very lackluster.
You know, Game 6, yes, they set the tone. This was the Panther team that was playing very well towards the end of the season. Anytime they can score over 3 goals, you know the Panthers are in this game. They're into it. And they played well. They were relentless last. That third period, they were relentless. Every time Boston scored, they answered immediately. They countered immediately. Great job by Paul Maurice. You got to give him credit there,
I'm gonna
Dan.
give my man his flowers, man. He's making me a believer, and he wins one more game in this series. The jury is going to deliberate very nicely for him. I want to ask you, Donno, what are the chances the Panthers can get that one in Boston tomorrow evening?
They've won in Boston already in this series. They're capable of doing it. A Game 7 is a completely different animal, and we are going to, in the 2 o'clock hour, talk with former Florida Panthers player Bill Lindsay, color analyst, is going to join us. It's going to be tough, but the Panthers, I like the way Vlad put it. They played like they gave a damn last night. That's how they've been playing for these last couple of games, to pull in and make this a series again and force it all the way to Game 7. You know, and we heard in that beautiful montage, by the way, guys, that was fantastic work. Like Jason Jackson said it about the Heat when they got past 1 seed Milwaukee. This is only the 6th time in NBA history an 8 seed gets by a 1 in the first round. It happens more frequently in the NHL. Now, when the Panthers were down 3-1, I thought that team was dead in the water. The complexion has completely changed. You know, Panthers have found a little something with Bobrovsky now in net, and clearly Matthew Tkachuk is playing like he is worth every dime the Panthers are paying him, and was worth everything that they traded for him. So they definitely have a shot. Boston are going to be favored at home in a Game 7, obviously, but nothing would surprise me in that game.
Let's talk a little more about the draft. The Dolphins, they did take South Carolina cornerback Cam Smith in the 2nd round and Texas A&M running back Devin Achane in the 3rd round. Miami is scheduled for a 6th and 7th round pick. Speaking of the Hurricanes, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson was selected 56th by the Bears. Of course, tight end Will Mallory expected to go later on today.
Yeah, I was happy to see Tyreek Stevenson drafted. Big physical cover corner. That's kind of the new age of corners. And, he had very good workouts and Senior Bowl. Like, he looked quicker than a lot of people expected he would. But I want to talk a little bit more about that A-chain pickup for the Dolphins in the 3rd round. Perfect fit, Dan. Absolutely perfect fit. And again, this is one of those things where if you thought the Dolphins were going to draft by need, you were thinking, hey, we passed on Darnell Washington in the 2nd round. He's still there for us in the 3rd round. Maybe it's Washington time. They end up going A-chain. I wasn't upset about it. Devon A-chain is somebody I had to study a lot last year because Miami played Texas A&M. The Hurricanes played Texas A&M. Was it 3rd week of the season last year? And that was one of the primary weapons on that Aggies team. And he's a little bit on the smaller side, which is why he was a 3rd round pick and not a 1st or a 2nd round pick. But his style of running, the way he can turn on the afterburners, I think he fits perfectly behind a Mike McDaniel blocking scheme and is going to fit perfectly within what I think is going to be a three-headed monster in the backfield with Wilson and Mostert. And Mostert is lightning quick. Devon A-chain is lightning quick. This guy has certified track speed. He's also a really good kick and punt returner if the Dolphins choose to use him in that way as well. You can line him up in the slot, meaning there can be times where you have Mostert and A-chain on the field at the same time. And Dan, speed is so important in this Mike McDaniel offense. So you already have Cheetah, who's one of the fastest human beings on the planet. Jalen Waddle, one of the fastest receivers in the NFL. Raheem Mostert, one of the fastest running backs in the NFL. And now A-Chain is going to be one of the fastest running backs entering the NFL. So the Dolphins are going to be able to kill you with even more blazing speed next year.
Yeah, Chain ran a 4.35 at the combine. He is the only player in the Power 5 conference last year to run for a touchdown, catch a touchdown, and return a kick for a touchdown. So that shows you how explosive he can possibly be for this Dolphins lineup that is already pretty explosive.
I love it.
Oh, man. House family divided. I'm going for the Heat. You know, my cousin Vladimir, he's going to be going for the Knicks. They renewed their rivalry. Game 1, NBA playoffs tomorrow at 1 right here on 560 WQAM. It's going to be crazy. Oh.
And Vlad, he's making bets with everybody, right? Is he betting bottles of Crown with Brian Monroe? Like I saw Vlad, I can't remember if it was Facebook or Twitter yesterday, but he was talking about all the wagers he's making on this Heat Knicks series. Yeah, and listen, the Knicks are favored in the series. They're favored in game 1 at Madison Square Garden. That's exactly the way that I want it, guys, because every time the Heat knocked off the Bucks in those games, they were a 13.5-point underdog by the time decisive game 5 tipped off, was how everyone was counting out Miami. This is the mentality, the chip on the shoulder that Spo has had all along. I do expect the Knicks will be a lot more prepared for Jimmy Butler than Mike Budenholzer was. I mean, you got to even question, if you're Milwaukee, question if you even bring that bum back to coach your team next year, because he didn't do Milwaukee any favors. I know Thibodeau and the Knicks will be more prepared for Jimmy Butler, but when Jimmy, who's now going to be on 3 nights off by the time they play game 1 tomorrow, Jimmy, even if you defend him perfectly, he's just in a zone right now. So this is going to be a fun series. I think the Knicks have the better overall team, but I think the Heat have the best player in this series.
Vlad, how much liquor have you bet on this series?
A lot of food, not liquor.
Oh, food?
Really?
Food. Yeah, only food.
Inter Miami signed Little Havana native David Ruiz. The 19-year-old will play midfield. The Herons, they face Columbus tonight at 7:30. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to have my dude, Joe Malpa. He calls a lot of the Inter Miami games. He's going to be joining us Twitch, on the YouTube Live, and here at 560 WQAM. But before we do all that, we must take a step into the day spa. A Scottish island is on sale for $188,000.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
Really? An island only for $188?
I know. You know what I could do with that island?
What if the three of us, we find, let's get some of our listeners in on this. Let's all chip in. Let's put a consortium together. We can raise $188K. We'll buy the island ourselves. We should do the next, if you guys will invite me back, because this is not really my show. It's you guys' show. But if you want to invite me back on, we can do all day or sports day from the Scottish island next week.
That's it, man.
That's nice, dude.
I know.
That's a good week. That's a good summer getaway, man.
That's not
The
bad.
weather
You
probably
own the
sucks,
island.
though.
You own the island.
But you own the island.
You make
Yeah,
the
but
laws.
there's a reason why people pay millions of dollars for those islands in the Bahamas, because there's a lot of extra islands there. People pay millions for those. There's a reason why they're only paying $188K for the Scottish island. The weather probably sucks over there.
As long as it's not Lower Upton, if you get that reference.
I don't. What is that?
What we'll do next is we'll bring in Joe
Married with
Malpa.
children.
Maybe Joe Malpa kind of wants a piece of this island action. He's going to let us know if we can finally end this dreaded losing streak that Inter Miami seems to be on. Alex Donno, Vladimir Lewison, I am Dan Day, and you are listening to 560 WQAM Sports Day.
Tech. fight.
Hey yo, I got a resolution. This year I'm playing right.
It is Sports Day on 560 WQAM with my cousin Vladimir Lewis, my dude Alex Donno, another one of my dudes joining us right now. Joe Malfa, he calls a lot of the Inter Miami games, also works for Vista. He has his finger on the pulse of all things soccer or football, but especially Inter Miami. Joe, please tell me, losing ends with Inter Miami today.
First of all, we got to get to the Scottish Islands. We'll get to that eventually. But first things first, this Inter Miami team today, I wish I could tell you the losing streak ends today. I don't know if I can say that confidently just because the matchup is so tough against this Columbus team. Columbus is different than last year where they went through coaching change. They changed a lot of the personnel. They're sitting there right now, middle of the pack in the East. And they just played 120 minutes Inter Miami on Wednesday night in that Miami Classico against USL Championship. Miami FC won it barely in penalties. So to play that, to have to, they were hoping to go into that game, obviously, and sort of waltz through a lower division opponent. They take it 120. They have to bring in all the players they were planning on resting. They win it on penalties. Now they got to travel to Columbus. It's not going to be easy, but we know that Phil Neville and this team have had these stretches the last couple of years where just when it looks like you're out on them, they turn around and win 3 or 4 in a row. And it's just a matter of throwing that counterpunch because the talent is all there. Everybody thought this team would be a playoff team before the year started. And here we are right now, sort of at the bottom of it, rock bottom, if you will. But when does it end? If it's not today, then next week they're home against Atlanta, who's top in the East right now. Then the week after that, it's New England, who's in first place right now. Atlanta's in second. And then it's 6th place Nashville. So the schedule's not kind right now. So at some point, you have to just sort of punch your way through it. And they have the pieces, just can it finally click?
Yes, Leo Campana, he's starting to get back in the groove. Is that kind of some hope right there if you're an Inter Miami fan like myself, that Leo Campana can be the piece that kind of pulls it all together and this team can go on a winning streak?
There are 4 things right now that I think this team is able to hang its hat on. The first thing is what you mentioned. It's that Leo Campana getting back to full health can recapture the form of last year. The second thing is that as he does that, you would expect Joseph Martinez to also do that, who's been an MVP in this league and scores like crazy. He hasn't scored yet. He's at an all-time career low drought right now. He had never gone more than 4 starts in his career without scoring. He hasn't scored yet now, and here we are about to turn the calendar to May in a couple of days. So you've got that. The other thing is defensively, Kamal Miller, that massive trade they made with Montreal is going to help defensively. And then the new signing from Ecuador, Dixon Arroyo in the midfield. Last time you had me on, Dan, we were talking about how this team is going to replace Gregory and that injury, and they just went ahead and signed somebody who's capped recently for the Ecuadorian national team. So they replaced him. There's 4 things there to hang your hat on. Only problem is you've already dug yourself a hole, and now you have this really tough murderer's row of the schedule coming up, but the pieces are finally there. It's just a matter of trying to get it to click, and it's easier said than done.
Yeah, and Joe, you talk about that MLS losing streak, which kind of feels eternal. How long how this tough stretch of opponents coming up in MLS, which won't make it easy to get off the schneid. Now they had that U.S. Open Cup win, a penalty kick shootout. You mentioned 120 minutes, and against a minor league team in a city derby, but could there be a positive to take out of that? And, I read the story that they had to carpool down to the stadium there because the bus broke down. So maybe there was some team building that took place and just, finally getting the burden of losing all these games off their shoulders. Could they turn that into a positive?
It's funny moments in a season, man. And that goes for any sport. Like you take a look at what, the Miami Miracle did for the Dolphins and how that turned the Patriots season the other way around that way. Like it's just little moments like that, whether it's the carpooling or whether it's, they thought they were going to lose in regulation, scored a late goal. DeAndre Yedlin, one of the gaffes of the season with the own goal. He had the miscommunication with Drake Callender to make it 2-1 Miami FC. And then 119th minute, Ryan Saylor scores. You win in penalties. So you were probably minutes away from people really calling for Phil Neville's head if they would have lost that game in Open Cup, to now you just won it. And can you use it as a springboard then into more? And we saw the embrace between Harvey Neville, his son, and Phil Neville when the final whistle blew. You could see what it meant to all of them. And again, it's just little moments like that in a season that maybe it's June 20th. And we turn back and we look, say, hey, that's where the turnaround started. I had the Open Cup draw for the next round, and Inter Miami has a home game actually against Charleston Battery. The cards were in their favor. And my co-host and I, Devin Kerr, we were talking about it. And It's just little things like that seem inconsequential at the time, but that is what can really change your entire season. So now they have to go out there and back that up this week and into next week, a tough one against Atlanta. But there's at least a positive to finally salvage. In breaking that losing streak, you finally won a game, even though it's technically a tie because it went 90 tied. You still end it as the victors and move on to the next thing. So
why can't they score? Come on, Joe. They can't score for crap.
Please
okay?
explain.
Like, no, I need to know why. Are they missing Higuain? Like, they can't score. If I gave them a lady of the night, they couldn't score. They can't score. And this is what bothered me. 6-game losing streak. And every time I'm looking at Fox odds, they got the fourth best opportunity, fourth best chances to win the MLS Cup. And I'm like, why is that? Vlad. Why is it? No, it's always on the bottom line. I'm like, wow, they really still believe inches on a 6-game losing streak, but they got the fourth best odds to win the MLS Cup. Joe, tell me, are they going to score? Are they missing Higuain? Like, what's going on?
I don't think they're missing anybody. I think it's genuinely the whole aspect of Campana getting injured when he did. So it's well documented. I'm not breaking any state secrets here. In the preseason, they were practicing this whole 4-diamond-2 shape that hinged upon having Campana and Joseph Martinez next to each other as a striker pair after last year mostly using a 1-striker formation. So they completely wanted to change the way they played because of the personnel they had this year. You're practicing that all season long. Final preseason game right before the regular season starts, Campana gets hurt and you're forced to scrap all of that and go back to what you used to be doing after you've been practicing the new thing for 6, 7, 8 weeks and playing that in all your preseason games. So that took some time to get adjusted to. Then they finally started to adjust to that. And then Campana came back, so it's back to the old formation they practiced, and there just hasn't been any cohesion there. And it's not Phil Neville's fault. It's not any player's fault. That's just sometimes the bad injury luck. Maybe you're a team who is healthy to start the year and the injury bug hits you for a slump in July and August, but you already stacked up enough points early in the year to push through that. Or maybe you're bad luck like Inter Miami and you had that at the beginning and it really puts you in a hole. And unfortunately, that's what happened for them. Vlad, I don't think there's any rocket science. I genuinely think it's just a chemistry thing. And as they're finally getting more time together now, Martinez and Campana, it's a couple of games now that they've been out there starting together since Campana's been back to full health. It's just a matter of time. Now, I'll use one caveat here. If you go 2 or 3 more games without that happening, then it's a problem, then it's a trend. But so far, I think you could still attribute it to they haven't had much time together since they've both been fully healthy. Give it 2 or 3 more games. If it still hasn't changed, then you have to start asking yourself, do we need to make a move for a striker? Do we need to start giving Schneider Borgelin some more time? He came up from the 2 team and just a big body fast forward who's scored a couple of goals this season. Then you start looking at alternative ways to get through it.
If we go another game without scoring, and that could happen because Columbus has only allowed 2 goals at home this year, how hot is the seat for Phil Neville? I know he's best friends with David Beckham, but start to have to look in that direction.
I mean, I don't know how those conversations go behind the scenes. I can say that from everything that I've heard and seen, players love him, ownership loves him, coaching staff loves him, and he's punched his way out of a corner the last couple of years with this team when injuries have struck. But it is a business, and at some point, that conversation probably has to come up. But it's going to be such an interesting dynamic, though, because of the fact that, again, like his hands have been tied here, and how much of it is his fault coming into the year? Again, thought this would be a playoff team, and if they didn't lose Gregory and Campana for that time and didn't have these injuries, they could just as easily be a top 5 team in the East right now. So it's changing the coach the right move when he's made the playoffs for you twice in your short history of existence. And you know that in a different world, alternate universe where the health was there, they could be one of the top teams. We saw it the first 2 weeks. They came out with back-to-back 2-0 wins and against good opponents in Philadelphia. So you know what it looks like. It might be rash to go that way, but at the same token, it is a business and maybe you have to. I'd be very curious to see how ownership and how upper management handles this. I'm glad I could just sit here and talk to you guys about it and not have to make the decision because I have no idea how I would handle it.
I want to ask about the Champions League semifinals, but let me ask you first. With a surname like Malfa, you must have some lineage in the Italian peninsula. Am I correct?
All of it. And not just the peninsula, the island down there in Sicily as well. So
there you go. There you go.
It's all 4 grandparents, and my parents were my mom was actually born in England, my dad in the U.S., but like they both lived in Italy for a while. So I'm not like Ellis Island back then. I'm like just fresh, like mid 50s and 60s. So yeah, it's plenty.
Yeah, and it's weird because like I Serie A is the league I watch closer than any other, and I'm surprised based on the quality of the league at this very moment. I mean, Napoli having a great domestic campaign, but based on the quality of the league, having 2 Italian teams in the Champions League semifinal, I was not expecting that. I happen to be Interista, so I clearly have rooting interest in the Milan derby semifinal. Inter Milan on one end. Man City against Real Madrid, more of a recent traditional European powerhouse matchup on the other side. How do you see those semis playing out?
First of all, I'm with you on the Interista side of it. Even though my grandfather is Juventus and my dad is AC Milan, we all picked all 3 different ones. I don't know how that happened, but it did. I guess it's, when you're growing up, like who's the flavor of those couple of years? And like for me growing up, that like Mourinho 08 to 2010 Champions League final team, like that was me when I was like 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And like that got me into it. So I guess I gravitated and I don't know, I was a bandwagoner of a 12-year-old, I suppose. But I'm with you there. And I'm also with you being stunned that this is a semifinal. I mean, it's become slowly one of the weaker leagues of the top 5 in Europe. Right, wrong, or indifferent, even though it's been nice to see some parity lately without Juventus just winning every year. And even within that, Napoli bounced in the last round. So now you've got your 4th place team in that weaker league in AC Milan, and you've got your 6th place team in that weaker league in Inter Milan as a semifinal. Completely mind-boggling. All I could chalk it up to is the magic of the San Siro, because that building is going to get demolished in a couple of years, and it's going out swinging with a 2-legged semifinal between those 2 teams. I mean, they're going to burn that place down to the ground when they meet for both those legs. As far as how it goes, honestly, the Milan side of things is anybody's guess. Like those 2 teams are going to be so locked up tight defensively. It's going to take like one magical moment for one of the strikers, whether it's Lukaku on one side or Giroud on the other side. It's going to take one moment of magic from those 2 talisman type of strikers. Honestly, if you gave me the over-under of 2.5 between both games combined, I'd probably take the under. Like, it's just going to be that type of chess match between those 2 teams. Other side, different story. Madrid and Man City are going to hog all the goals. I could see that being like 3-2 and then 4-2 and just high score and fun. Man City seems destined to finally go through, even though it seems like Real Madrid is.
Do you think so, Joe? Listen, I'm a Madrid fan, and I'm just saying we got mental.
Wait for
the mental midgets.
The next sentence out of my mouth. The next sentence out of my mouth was about to be Real Madrid is like Rasputin of Champions League, where you just can't kill this team. You can't do it. But I finally think that Erling Haaland and this team are finally the team to do it. And famous last words. But I do see this being Man City, and I'm going to side with my team and your team, Alex, and say Inter finds a way to punch through, even though, again, it's legitimately the coin tossiest of coin toss semifinals between those 2 teams. And honestly, I just can't pick against City this year. I think everything has been lining up for them, where in previous years they've been built to win the league and not necessarily built to win Champions League because they didn't have that striker. Now they have that striker in Haaland, and they've struggled in the league, even though they've kicked it into a higher gear lately, and are probably still going to win the thing because Arsenal fumbled the bag. But I just think this is Man City's year.
One more question for you, Joe.
Go for it.
How you feel about those Jets?
Oh, man. I was waiting for that question to come. I don't know if I could feel any other way but ecstatic, man. Like, all right, 25 years old. The only 2 fun years I really had was the back-to-back AFC title games in 09 and 10, right? And since then, it's just been a 12 years of nothing. And I mean, we drafted, I saw it came up on my Facebook memories the other day. My fiance and I, we were at her like spring formal for her sorority in college 5 years ago. And that was the night of the draft when the Jets took Sam Darnold. And it hit me because that was the day that the Rodgers press conference happened. It hit me like 5 years ago, like this is when Sam Darnold's rookie contract should be ending. We drafted him. And oh, by the way, there was another quarterback in between there in Zach Wilson. And here we are on Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, I don't care what we traded. I don't care what happens. Like, I'm just happy that we're going to be competitive and a legit contender this year because we have every piece you want around him, defensively, offensively. The trade itself, like, it boiled down to essentially we traded Elijah Moore because Aaron Rodgers needed the number 8. We traded Elijah Moore, a second-round pick, and a first next year for Aaron Rodgers. And if that means we get 2 great years of Aaron Rodgers, and I don't think he's done, by the way. I felt like Russell Wilson was done, and I wanted the Jets to have no part of that when he was on the block, and you could see it trending that way his last couple of years in Seattle. I don't think you could say the same about Rodgers. Last year, when he struggled early in the year, he looked like a man who just didn't care. And then all of a sudden, he kind of realized like the path was opening to a wild card spot, and he looked like MVP Aaron Rodgers again and almost dragged them over the line, even though that team was god-awful. I think he's rejuvenated. He's going to be angry, chip on the shoulder Aaron Rodgers. And I'm just looking forward to it, man. The Jets haven't been on Sunday Night Football since 2011.
We're going to be on 2023.
We're going to be on every single time. Every single time we're going to be on it. Now, I'm getting married on a Sunday, though. It's November 12th, and the Jets have a home game against Pat Mahomes. And that Rodgers-Mahomes matchup obviously is going to be marquee. So I'm just fingers crossed right now that when the schedule comes out, it's not Rodgers-Mahomes on my wedding day, because I'm going to have one eye on the party going on and everybody there to celebrate me and my wife then. And I'm looking to see Aaron Rodgers against Pat Mahomes.
It could be Rodgers versus Tua.
I mean, we're talking about November 12th by then. And where's his health going to be by November 12th? We don't know about that. So.
Fair. I'm a Dolphin fan, but that's very fair.
Well, we're going to have to try to bet some food and some beers when the Dolphins and the Jets meet up. But tonight, let's get Inter Miami a victory. Get off the schneid in MLS. Joe Malfa, how can people find out more about you on social media and around the world?
Yeah, all on the Twitter right now. It's at MalfaJ98. And right now, you're just going to see a lot of bluesy tweets about the Rangers somehow completely forgetting how to play hockey after dominating the first 2 games. And we'll see some fun tweets about this Knicks Heat series coming up. So it's good times right now for all New York sports. And hopefully it's good times for Inter Miami starting the night as well.
Inter Miami, Columbus Crew, 7:30. You can hear the pregame starting 7 o'clock right here on 560 WQAM. And you can find Joe and I Mondays at Funky Buddha for trivia. Just hit us on social media at Dan Day Radio. Thank you so much, Joe. Come on back sometime soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right. That is Joe Malfa from Inter Miami. Alex Donno, we're not done with the cavalcade of guests, are we?
Yeah, and I see my guy Hussam Patel from the Scouting Combine show I see him even turning up in the live chat here. He covers the Dolphins. He's going to help us break down the Cam Smith pick and the Devon Achane pick. And it's still going to be a while yet before we see Miami in the 6th round. They're in the 4th round right now at pick 115 overall, with Rashawn Johnson from Texas just going to the Chicago Bears. So Hussam Patel is going to join us next, Dan.
All right. Hang tight. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voices?
Do I have to worry about this?
We are on YouTube.
That's great that you're doing that.
All kinds of videos of your favorite host.
So we are going through this NFL draft, getting ready for the Miami Dolphins pick. It's going to be a little ways away, still in the 6th round. They're in the 4th round right now, but we had a pair of picks come off the board last night for Miami. They go cornerback with Cam Smith from South Carolina in the 2nd round at number 51. They go running back with Devon Achane from Texas A&M, 84th pick of the 3rd round. Hussam Patel is with us, 5 Reasons Sports Network and the Scouting Combine Show. Now, Hussam, Dolphin fans thought they had this all figured out, that, hey, you got to get either a tight end or an offensive lineman, and they end up going cornerback and running back last night. Let's talk about the Cam Smith pick first. Do you feel Greer just ended up going BPA, and he also gets the inside scoop from his son on exactly what Cam Smith can do? How do you feel about that pick?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I really did not think Cam Smith would be available at number 51 just because of how good of a cornerback he would be. And I also thought that, we don't necessarily need a cornerback early, but the entire process of the draft, and I've tweeted it out a lot on my Twitter account at Hussam Patel on Twitter. You can also find me at 5 Reasons Sports. The fact is, the draft is not somewhere where you fill your immediate needs. It's about drafting for needs in the future, a year to 2 years out. Now, if you think about this Dolphins roster, you have 2 really good defensive backs in Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard. However, they're both getting older. They're about to turn 30, 31, and they're taking up the Dolphins cap space as well. You also have impending contracts in Christian Wilkins, Tua Tagovailoa. You have it in Javon Holland, Brandon Jones, and you don't know what your depth is going to be in the cornerback room with Trill Williams and Nick Needham and Brandon Jones coming back from season-ending injury. So I think this was a pick where Chris Greer saw last year the Dolphins secondary room, and was super, super injured, and they relied on UDFAs. And look, the Dolphins offense could score, but last year the Dolphins defense couldn't stop anything from 2, 3, 4 yards out, especially on 3rd down. And I think, this Smith selection itself says a lot about what Vic Fangio and the Dolphins are trying to do on this defense. They're trying to be super versatile on the secondary, super versatile on the defensive line. And I mean, he had his hands on the ball a lot at South Carolina. He was targeted over 70 times over the last 2 seasons, broke up 15 of them and picked off 4 others. If you're, a watch the film kind of guy like I am, you're going to love him. If you're so invested with combine figures and athleticisms, maybe not so much. His natural skill set and playmaking ability makes a lot of sense in the slot. He played up against a lot of SEC and really good competition in the SEC, and he held the Biletnikoff winner, Jalen Hyatt's only 65 yards last season.
Hussam, don't you feel like you cannot have enough cornerback or running back skill position players on a team that's already loaded with talent, but the more you have is better, just adds more depth, especially in those skill positions. You need as many because injuries happen in this league. So when you have a guy that's able to come in and fill in and you don't drop off, it's vital in this league right now.
That is, and I'm glad you point that out, Vlad. Like, especially in this league with a pass-happy league, you need as many skill position players, as many wide receivers, defensive backs, and running backs, just to build up that depth and make sure, injuries don't wipe off half your team. But the other thing is, too, with this Vic Fangio defense, primarily they're going to be playing in a 4-2-5 alignment. They're going to have a lot of defensive backs on the field. And primarily, I do think Cam Smith will be their number 4, number 5 cornerback. He's going to play almost 1,000 snaps, and he's going to cut it to Cater Kohu's snaps from last season since he was a UDFA.
Could we be seeing the end of Noah Igbenogany with the Dolphins?
It really depends on what happens in training camp for sure. I don't want to say what is and is not actually going to happen at all. Let's see what training camp brings in, see if Noah can step up to the competition.
About the Devon Achane pick, personally, I love it, and I had to study him a lot last year before Miami played Texas A&M, and I know how dangerous he is, and he was a big part of the reason why Miami didn't win that game at Texas A&M last year. He scored a touchdown in that game. This guy is fast. He's really shifty. He can be a weapon on special teams as well. I guess, like Hussam, why do you think he fell so far? Probably has a lot to do with his size, right? That he's a little bit smaller, but I think he fits in really, really well in Miami's backfield and with Mike McDaniel's offense.
I will say 100%, prior to last night, this offense already had a ridiculous speed, and they even just got more explosive with Devon Achane. I had a tweet earlier on this morning just comparing the athleticism skills that Devon Achane had compared to the previous running backs Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel would have drafted. He really only fits 2 bills for Chris Greer. That's the 40-yard time and the 10-yard split. For Mike McDaniel, he only fits 3 bills, which is the 40-yard time, the 10-yard split, and the 3 cone. He only checked off those boxes. But when you watch Devon Achane, and Mike McDaniel said it last night in the presser, he was really, really loving him the last 2 years, along with Chris Greer. He was the fastest player in college football last year, 10.18 second 100-meter dash. He's a small back. He's muscular. He doesn't shy away from contact. He's pretty physically thick towards his waist to his legs. He's small. I don't think they're gonna expect him to handle a heavy workload in the NFL. And if you really think about this Mike McDaniel offense, it stems from Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan. It's pretty much a running back by committee. So you're not going to see a heavy workload. You're going to see him maybe get 5 to 10 touches a game. But I will say he's going to be very, very valuable in the pass game, especially with weapons as Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Raheem Mostert, who can shift out wide, motion out wide. And the Dolphins led the NFL last season in shifts and motions. So it's going to be he's going to be a matchup nightmare for slower and bigger linebackers.
Hassam, who might we see the Dolphins draft today? Maybe not exactly what exact player, but what positions? Is it going to be best available again? Or are they going to try to address some of those needs, whether it be offensive line or tight end?
I did put out something today where, the fans are complaining about not drafting a tight end. There's still, a pretty decent tight end available who went to, Donno, what you talk about the Canes and Will Mallory. They could potentially select him as well. They could go tight end, they could go offensive line. Maybe they could build depth with the quarterback position as well and give Skylar Thompson and Mike White some competition, and even for maybe Tua Tagovailoa.
Are they looking at the June 1st cuts maybe to maybe pick up some maybe some veteran depth at these positions so that you have a guy that's been in the league already and you can fit in easily instead of drafting somebody who in the 6th or 7th round that may not be making the team? There's a good chance that they might not make the team. So maybe they're looking at June 1st cuts.
I will say there are still pretty good free agents available after the draft, and I do know from my knowledge that the Dolphins will be going really, really heavy in this undrafted free agent market. We know they picked up Kader Kohu as well. They picked up Tanner Connor. They're going to look to develop some of those guys and build out that roster in a cheap and effective fashion.
I wanted to get in a little more detail on Mallory. Obviously, I love him, and I think he's an upstanding leader, and I think he's going to end up being a guy who probably overperforms his draft status a little bit. But do you see him as a fit at tight end in Mike McDaniel's offense? Because that's one thing that I'm unsure about. Like, I think Mallory can be a successful NFL tight end. You tell me, can it be in Mike McDaniel's offense?
I wouldn't necessarily say he's a tight end one. He does have those bloodlines from his father as he played at Michigan. He's a pass catcher. He provided the Hurricanes a lot of versatility in his alignments. And when you take a look at this Mike McDaniel scheme, we take a look at Mike Gesicki and Will Mallory. I will say Will Mallory fits more so than Mike Gesicki did, especially in terms of route running and how Tua Tagovailoa and Mike McDaniel on where they want to throw the ball. We know Mike Gesicki was a big-bodied catcher, but he wasn't necessarily fast or elusive or could break tackles. Will Mallory could, and they used him on those intermediate routes, those 8, 10, 14-yard digs, those inside routes, and it's based on timing. Now, Will Mallory will need to learn a lot about timing and technique, and he's more so of a willing blocker than Mike Gesicki was. They also implemented him a lot in RPOs in Miami, and we know Tua Tagovailoa and Mike McDaniel like to use those RPOs.
Hussam, what do you think about this Dolphin team now after all these moves have been made? Lamar's re-signing with Baltimore. They signed Odell. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. Jalen Ramsey coming in during the offseason. Where do you think Miami fall in right now in the AFC, in the hierarchy in the AFC right now?
I think right now, I literally thought that the Dolphins had the best roster they ever had in my lifetime last year, and they upgraded from last year to this year. Now, taking a look at, ESPN analytics, they have them ranked as the second best roster in the NFL overall, just in terms of talent on paper. Now, the talent on paper is really, really good. But if we're looking at how the game is played, it's built in the trenches. The Dolphins have a really great defensive line, but they have a mediocre offensive line. Said if the skill position players in Miami, such as Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Devon Achane, Raheem Mostert, can uplift this Dolphins offense, I think they'll be fine. The defense is pretty much damn near elite.
Thank you. Can't wait. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Dolphins have what, 2 picks today in this year's draft?
6 and 7.
6 and 7. These guys are not good. I'm sorry. I don't think they're gonna make it. They're not gonna make this roster. The roster's too deep. They are too deep this season. Like Usam just said, this is a deeper team than last year. Last year's team made the wild card. And if you get a full healthy season from Tua, I think they go further. I think they go further than they did last season. It's gonna be interesting.
I will say though that they do have the second toughest schedule in the NFL, right behind the Philadelphia Eagles.
Doesn't scare me at all. If we can stay healthy, we'll be absolutely fine. Teron Armstead healthy, Tua healthy, Waddle healthy, Tyreek Hill healthy, A-Chain getting the ball, maybe doing some kick returns. I think we're going to be okay. Hassan Patel, how can we find you on social media if we want to follow the rest of the draft today?
You can find me on Twitter at Hussam Patel. It's HUSSAMPATEL. You can also find me on 5 Reasons Sports. I go ahead and sometimes do those media tweets for Ethan Skolnick on there.
Nice job, man.
Tell Ethan I said hello.
I will.
Good stuff there from Hussam. All right, Danny boy. I know at 1:20 we're going to talk a little sports betting, a little Heat Knicks. Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports is going to join us. What do we got coming up next?
Oh, we got some headlines. We got the montage. We're going to talk to Lee Sterling. Then Vlad and I are going to indoctrinate you into keep it a buck. We are going to keep it a buck. Just tell the truth. Just be honest. That's all you got to do. Keep it real.
Like
keep it a buck.
Antetokounmpo, be honest,
Yeah.
like he was with that report on.
There are no losers in
on
sports.
Wednesday. There's no losing.
Was he keeping it a buck?
He kept it a buck, all right. He was
Not
lying
a failure.
to himself.
Not a failure.
Yeah, no, it's a failure.
Well, it's a failure. Let's keep it a buck.
There are no failures in sport.
We're already getting excited. All right. So that's coming up all next hour, but those headlines will be next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 560.
Sports Day with Dan Day.
That's right. We are here live in South Florida, bringing you live, local sports talk, information, and fun. No one else is doing this. We get up early. We stay up late. Well, that might not be sports stuff, but we stay up late and we do things. Alex
I'm in
Donno,
bed by 10. I don't know who you're talking about here.
my cousin Vladimir Lewis is with me. Hit us up on all the social medias, and you can watch us live on YouTube, Twitch, listen to us 560 WQAM, and the Odyssey app. The draft continues today for the Miami Dolphins. They have a 6th and 7th round pick. A lot of people saying, Will Mallory, let's get him. A lot of people are also saying he's just like Mike Gesicki. And if that didn't work last year with Mike Gesicki and Mike McDaniels, why would it work with someone that's very similar? So I don't know. I don't see them picking Will Mallory, but you never know.
I could see it based on the way that Hussam broke it down that, you know, you can kind of classify Mallory as a pass catching back who is more of a receiving threat than a blocker, but that doesn't mean he's exactly the same as Gesicki, and he probably fits this offense a little bit better than Gesicki does. And I think if he still is on the board in the 6th round, this might be a situation where, hey, this guy is probably too talented to still be on the board, and we have a need at that position. So maybe you do pull the trigger there.
And then, of course, a lot of people want us to get an offensive lineman, and kind of surprising yesterday, the Miami Dolphins did not select an offensive lineman. They went with best available, but a lot of people were raving about the two guys we got, the cornerback and the running back, A-Chain from Texas A&M.
I think that's a good move, man. You added depth. You added depth to needs. To special. Listen, you need as many skilled players in this league. You have to score and you have to defend. So when you have to go against these top receivers, all these multi receiver sets that with the Chargers, with the Chiefs, with the Bills, the Jets now, like you're gonna go against top quality quarterbacks. Maybe the 9 of the 10 best quarterbacks are in the AFC. So you're going to need as many grid defenders, corners. You're going to need to run the ball to keep those offenses off the field. So in that Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel offense, there's no legitimate like number one guy. It's whoever's running the rock well. Let's just keep giving him the ball. So you have Mostert, you have Wilson, and now you have this rookie. So I think they did a good job, man. With what they had to work with, they went with value. And I think they did a great job. Got to give Chris Greer credit.
I do predict that Mike McDaniel is going to feature the running game a little more this year. It seemed like last year he kind of got away from the running game at times. I think this year he really, really wants to pound that home.
I think every coach in the league is doing that right now, right, Donald? Like Mike McCarthy said that with Dallas. Everybody was shocked by the Detroit Lions drafting the Alabama Gibbs, the Alabama running back, when they have David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift. But it seems to me it's going to be a more focus on running the ball because of the quality of the quarterbacks and the offenses that the league is producing. You want to keep their asses on the sideline.
Yeah, it was McDaniel's first year with new team and new personnel, working as a full-time play caller. I think he probably got just a little bit too enamored with the Tua to Tyreek Hill connection. And that was just sort of like, we're going to throw our way out of everything. Like any issue we have, we're just going to throw our way out of it. And I could throw Jalen Waddle's name in there as well. But you have to have a little bit more of a plan B. And I think you have to be a little bit more balanced. And, you know, at times when, you know, the passing game wasn't working so well, some of that was with backup quarterbacks last year. But Tua did have a tough stretch of games on the road, the Chargers game, the San Francisco game. So he wasn't, you know, looking at a Pro Bowl level for the entire season. And then the Dolphins didn't really have that plan B going. I think you have it now. And A-Chain, to me, I thought Hussam said it best, that the Dolphins have a true running back by committee where, you know, you have Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, and I think somebody in the text said that they don't think A-Chain's game is going to translate to the NFL. I disagree. I mean, he doesn't have prototypical height, but he does have NFL caliber strength. And he does have that sort of shiftiness and burst that you just cannot teach. So I think A-Chain, you know, he's not going to be Ricky Williams, right? He's not going to be, we can hand this guy the ball 30, 35, 40 times a game. And he's going to
hardly have those running backs now in the league.
Those running backs don't really exist anymore. I think A-Chain is going to fit in fine with a committee. And you think about how now you upgrade the third part of that running back rotation, where I would think one of Salvon Ahmed or Myles Gaskin is not going to be on this team next year. They're going to get released at some point. And I think if you release Ahmed, I may have it reversed, but I think Ahmed, if you release him, I think would cost you about $300,000 to do that. But I think Gaskin you could release with no cap penalty. I might have that mixed up, but basically you can let one of them walk without any real negative cap implications. So I think that could be the way that this plays out. I think A-Chain is going to cement himself as a big part of the rotation this year.
Donald, Dan, maybe just kind of piggyback on something that you said. Do you think maybe the reason why they wanted to go with a running back is because in case they have the same situation they had towards the end of last season, running the ball, they want to, like you said, he wants to put a more onus on running the ball instead of throwing the ball, because we all hope Tua is healthy, could play a whole season. But in case you do fall in a position where he may be struggling or he's not out there, at least if you have the running game that you can go into any stadium with, because running game will travel on the road. If you can run the ball on the road, you're always going to have a great chance of winning. So maybe that's the reason why they want to make sure that come December, you know, that when defensive coordinators are able to adjust and, you know, stop what you want to do very well, you have another option, because that didn't happen towards the end of last season.
Well, no, simply put, you saw what they did in Buffalo, and they saw that and how successful it was, and they should have won that game. They're looking at that saying, hey, this is going to be one of our blueprints to winning. So I really do think they're going to get that stable going, and they're just going to try to pound the ball. Also, that keeps Tua out of harm's way a little bit too. So the running game, if the running game's good, your game is going to be good.
Yeah, no doubt. And the other thing is, guys, just making one of your team strengths even stronger and surrounding Tua with even more speed, I think, is a big thing, because Devon A-Chain, I don't think anyone is as fast as Tyreek Hill, but he's in that conversation. Like when you're talking about elite speed with the likes of Waddle and Hill and Raheem Mostert, A-Chain has a similar ability to get to that next level and turn on the afterburner. So you've now got another player, because guys, how many times last year did it look like the Dolphins were down and out, and then suddenly Cheetah breaks off a 70-yard run after a catch to score a touchdown and get the Dolphins right back in it, right? Same thing with Jalen Waddle.
Right? From week 2 against the Ravens.
Yeah, it happened a handful of times last year, and now you've got another guy who can do that.
We're going to check out with Lee Sterling in just a few minutes, but first let's get to some headlines. The Panthers scored 4 in the third to tie their series with the Bruins at 3 games apiece. Game 7, anything can happen tomorrow, 6:30 puck drop.
Well, we'll see. Can they pull off the upset?
Speaking of playoffs, Heat Knicks, they renew their rivalry. Game 1, NBA playoffs tomorrow at 1. Vlad, you are family, but I don't know about this.
It all ends after 1 p.m. tomorrow, bro. I hate y'all. It's Vlad against the whole station. I love it.
Do any of us have a bet with Vlad?
No, I'm not a gambling man, except with my life. You know, other than that, The Kings did beat the Warriors 118-99 to push that series to Game 7, while the Lakers, they annihilated.
My God.
Annihilated the Grizzlies 125-85, ending that series. Only one game on the slate today. You get Suns Nuggets Game 1 tonight.
What do we feel about the scheduling of these playoffs? Do we like the fact that the Knicks Heat start Sunday afternoon, Game 2 is Tuesday, and then Game 3 is not till Saturday night? Not even Saturday night. It's like Saturday evening, like 6 p.m. Because I think it's going to be Lakers versus Warriors in Los Angeles will be Game 3.
I'm legitimately surprised by that, because I always thought that the whole 2 or 3 nights between games thing, I thought that ended once you get past the first round, because in the first round there's so many teams and they're trying to spread it out for TV. I thought that once you get to the second round, they're past that nonsense, man. They should be playing every 2 nights or every 3 nights, not every 4 or 5 nights.
I want to say that whoever did the scheduling this year messed up, because they put a lot of the good series in one day. So for example, if Milwaukee had somehow won Game 5 and Cleveland had won Game 5, you would have 4 Game 6s on Friday, along with the draft. So ESPN was going to be screwed.
Yeah.
And you also had concerts that are scheduled. Janet Jackson had to be rescheduled in the Atlanta series. And if the Heat had lost Game 5, there was a New Edition concert at the K Center yesterday. Yeah, Bobby Brown. You don't want to see it. It's not that good, man.
I've heard
I
that.
I watched them performing on New Year's Eve. They performed
Bobby,
I've heard it's bad.
Bobby looks like it's over, man.
I thought they were good, man.
Maybe the other guys, but Bobby looks like he's not even trying right now.
I've heard
Maybe I'm just nostalgic, but I thought they performed well on
I wanted to see
Seacrest's,
them, but
New Year's Rockin' Eve.
listen, I really wanted to see them because I'm in on a whole nostalgic feeling. But right now, when I seen the videos of how they were, how Bobby was performing, it's like, not wasting my time for Bobby.
Bobby's mailing it in.
But the schedule making is very weird for this series that they start Sunday afternoon and then they play Tuesday and they have 3 days off.
Oh man, yeah, I haven't really understood the scheduling, but I guess they know what they're doing. Real quick wrap of some of the things that are going to be happening today. You get the Marlins and the Cubs. They play today at 4. The Hurricanes baseball team. They got a rubber match today. They're playing pretty much just started against Louisville. Inter Miami look to score and not lose to Columbus. That is going to be tonight at 7:30. And of course, as always, let's real quick take a step into the day spa. A German court ruled that a landlord sunbathing naked in his own courtyard does not justify lower rent for his tenants.
Wait, what?
Guy owns the
property. So the guy owns the property. He sunbathes naked, and what the tenants want
lower rent
for having to watch that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, we knock the justice system all the time. This time, the justice system got it right. Got it right.
You can move. You ain't got to see me sunbathe.
You don't have to look. Like you can look in the other direction when the neighbor's out there sunbathing. Put your blinds down. Don't even worry about it.
Clearly, you like what you're seeing. If you want to lower the value, because you just could say you want to move. All right, want to. You're not saying, "Oh, I'm disgusted" or trying to sue him. You just want to lower the rent.
I'm saying this: if I own a place, I could be as naked as I want. That's all I'm saying.
It's also sexist because I guarantee you, if this was a hot lady, nobody'd be complaining.
Yep. Well, German courts rule.
She could raise the value, and I bet you.
Yeah, right. There'd be people dying to get into that
building.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
Oh, no problem.
I'd love for my neighbors to sunbathe naked. I'd join the party.
Yeah, get an OnlyFans.
It'd be nice. Oh, nice. I'm a big fan of Lee Sterling. He's going to be on Sports Day. Stay tuned. That's next. 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line.
560 WQAM. This is Sports Day. My cousin, Vladimir Louison, along with Alex Donno. I am Dan Day at Dan Day Radio on social media, and we're right now joined by the president of Paramount Sports, Lee Sterling. Lee, got to ask you something real quick. Vladimir and I are about to not be family anymore because we've got a Heat-Knicks rivalry renewed. I know I was reading that the Knicks are favored, but if Julius Randle for some reason can't go because of his ankle, all of a sudden it's pretty much a pick 'em. How are you seeing this series play out?
I think it's going to be tough for the Heat. It is going to be interesting. Now, full disclosure, I'm a Heat fan, actually a Heat season ticket holder from day one, 1988. So been there from the start. I will be there I split my tickets up every other game. Can't go to every game. It's a little too much, but I will be there for games 3 and game 6 if necessary. And I think the chess game is going to be interesting. And I'm wondering, do the Knicks try to go hurry up like some of the teams have in the playoffs, like Sacramento, trying to even beat Golden State at their own game, or some of the other games that we've seen? Memphis did it in game 5 against the Lakers, and it worked. I think if they're going to have a lot of success, I think they either need to go hurry up, and I would not go small ball. They got to keep someone who's going to create some problems for Bam. Bam has been the X factor. Somehow they were able to overcome, his just shortcomings on offense. I mean, you could just tell he's scared. He does not want the ball, and just read his body language. His defense has been good. Rebounding's been good. But they're going to need all hands on deck if they're going to be successful. I hate to say it. I like the Knicks here as long as Julius Randle plays.
How much, I'm guessing, since you say you like the Knicks in that scenario, you expect them to do a better job on Jimmy than Milwaukee did. How do you think that matchup, Jimmy versus the Knicks, is going to go?
Well, Holly's a pretty good defender, but they should have mixed it up. I mean, they should have put Middleton on him more, Giannis on him more. I mean, their game plan was not very good. If I'm the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, after what they went through the last couple of years in the playoffs, I'd probably look to another coach. So Eric Spoelstra's great, and he'll get the most talent out of you. But, I mean, there's been some times in the playoffs. I look at the starting lineup and the lineups we have on the floor, and it's like Jimmy, Bam, and 3 G League players. And as much as you can get out of these G League players, usually first rounders, the talent level is usually at a different level. So, I hate to say it, Vlad, not a New York fan. Actually, my youngest daughter lives in New York City now, so I catch some games up there, but it's going to be heated. I have some long-standing New York friends, and they are Knicks diehards, and they are so pumped for this. But I think that he can make it close. We just need them to slip up, and we need it to come down to coaching, which Spoelstra has had the edge on Tom Thibodeau many times before.
Well, you're right about that. If it goes down to coaching and best play in the series, the Heat have that. But the one X factor is Tom Thibodeau knows Jimmy Butler as well. And Jimmy Butler may be 33, but because of Tom Thibodeau, he's really 36. Thibodeau knows he overused them in Chicago and Minnesota.
Like he was planning for this series the whole time.
As if he was planning for the series like the whole time. This would be it. But Lee, if you look at all the teams in the playoff right now, I think any team has a chance really to make it to the finals. Has there ever been a year like this where the odds, like you really could lay a wager on any of these 8 or 9 remaining teams left and you're not wrong if you think they can make it to the NBA final or win the title? I mean, obviously they are favorites, but I mean, you could put some money on the Knicks right now to make it to the finals. It's not going to be crazy.
No, it wouldn't be. I mean, the Heat would be one of the long shots, and everything would have to go right. They'd have to catch like they did Milwaukee, playing some really bad basketball, their worst basketball over a week and a half the entire season. They'd have to maybe, have Randle out for 3 or 4 games, and Jimmy would have to stay unconscious. I mean, as hot as Dwayne Wade was, and I'm a Dwayne Wade fan. I love Dwayne Wade. I've got stuff all over my man cave and my office with Dwayne Wade signed stuff. But them and Sacramento possibly could win this series. I think Sacramento's inexperience would probably hurt them, but it's been a lot of fun. I mean, these series have been incredible.
Lee Sterling, if they're watching at home on the YouTube Live or if they're on the Twitch page, they're seeing you decked out in Dolphins gear. I want to transition real quick and talk about those first 2 picks that the Dolphins got yesterday. Of course, they're talking about South Carolina cornerback Cam Smith and Texas A&M running back Devon Achane. What do you think of those 2 picks? Are you happy with the picks so far?
I like both. Smith, I would not be surprised if Xavier Howard's let go next year if he does not play well. He's one of the worst rated cornerbacks in the NFL. Now, I know he was not even close to 100% for most of the season, so that could be part of it. He's got to have a great year. And like I said, you can never have enough DBs, especially in this division. You're going to see the Jets throwing the ball, obviously, more. We know what Buffalo does. They don't have much running game. They put it up first, second, third, and even fourth down. So I think it's a good pick. And then A-Chain, I saw him in person last year. I went to the Miami Texas A&M game, and they call him the A-Train there. He is really good coming out of the backfield. Draws, catching the ball on screen plays. And, I mean, he has a third, fourth, and fifth gear. And then kickoff returns. You forget about that. The kicking game has been really poor for the Dolphins the last couple of years. And I like the move they did adding Braxton Berrios, who I think you're not only going to see on kickoff and punt returns, I think you're going to see him more as a third and fourth receiver than most people would expect. And then the A-Train running back kickoffs, he is scared. Just go back and pop in the film what he did to the University of Miami. Every single time it looked like that I can remember, they had the ball on the 40, 45-yard line to start a drive. So I like it, but they've got to get some depth at tight end. They need another kid who can block and is a road grader there and another lineman. So as long as they can find someone in free agency and in the 6th, 7th round in free agency, I'm okay with it.
Lee, the Florida Panthers were down 3-1 against this mighty Boston team. They've woken up these last couple of games, forcing a Game 7 with one of the most entertaining hockey games I've ever watched last night. I mean, that was incredible, but they've got to go to Boston into the Lions' Den for that 7th game. How do you see that playing out? Do you have any picks or any bets for that?
I would look to the total. Now, it's going to be tough for the Panthers. Let's be honest. Omar, their goalie, 46-1 record. I mean, that's insane. They played the Panthers to the highest level and the level that we expected probably last year after what we saw during the regular season. They made a great acquisition in the offseason. So they're healthier than they've been. They're playing well, but I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I think Boston is going to try to control the neutral zone, and when they do that, they're successful. I'm rooting for the Panthers real hard, but I like Boston 3-1 in this game. I'd play under 6 is probably my best play.
It'll be a good parlay for tomorrow with the Heat and Knicks, and now you have the Bruins and the Panthers. What would be a good parlay to play?
You know, Vlad, I will very rarely play parlays. The problem is, you know, when you play a game straight up, you're wagering 110 to win 100. Sometimes you find some good odds, 107, 108. A parlay, I mean, the odds aren't there. I mean, you're only returning 13-5, and the odds are 4-1. So you talk to professionals. Professionals rarely play parlays. Now, there's some correlated parlays. You know, if you want to take a shot with Boston, you play the under. I don't see them winning a high-scoring game. The Panthers, if you want to take a shot there, I would probably look to the over, Panthers and the over, if there's some correlation to the best chance the way it turns out for either team.
Lee Sterling, would I be crazy to pick the over on points for Jimmy Butler every game of the Knicks series?
It just depends. You know, they're gonna have the juice pretty high until they see, you know, what can happen and him have a bad game. I play a couple player props, don't play a whole lot, but right now I certainly wouldn't play the under for sure.
Lee, UFC fights. I know you're very prolific in picking those. You have anything for us tonight?
Well, it hasn't been great the last couple months. We've been back and forth. Even last week, we go 3-3 on our selections. We've had some tough decisions. The scoring by the judges has been absolutely horrific. They're supposed to judge it on damage. And there's a lot of guys just lay on people and do no damage at all. And they'll lay on them for half a round. And the first minute and a half, someone does some big time damage. And that person doing all the destruction loses a round. So it's a little frustrating. Two things I like. So I'm going to go with Ricky Simone tonight in the feature bout. I saw Sedong, and he did not look good on the scale. A lot of times you see nothing from the weigh-ins. He looked glassy-eyed. Looked like the weight cut really hurt him. In fact, he had trouble. He had to lay back down and lose some weight after the first weigh-in. I think he was like a half a pound or a pound overweight, needed some extra time. So I like Ricky Simone. 3 reasons. The weigh-in, I think he's better on his feet, and he's better on the ground and with submissions. I think he's better everywhere. So small price, minus 120. And then I'm going to look at another fight a different way. It's a fight between Cody Durden, all right, and Cody Durden is one of these guys, and he's fighting Charles Johnson. Charles Johnson took his last bout, and I think he should have probably bowed out. He was not. He was injured. Wasn't 100%. These are two guys sitting outside the top 15, and I think they both need a finish here to face the top 15 opponent. So in the last fight, what we saw was the last 3 out of 5 times we've seen Cody Durden get finishes. And the way he does it is landing a blow and then ground and pound. And then on the other hand, Johnson, even though he's only finished one of his last 4 fights here, I think it's desperation time. These two guys hate each other. There's been a lot of smack talk. If you go to Twitter between these two guys going on, they were supposed to fight, I think, in like November. And then the fight was canceled, and they moved on and put Johnson with another opponent. And then they came back around after he lost the last fight, bringing it back. So I think both guys know they need a finish, will take chances, and that's important. If you want to go against a guy finishing the fight either way here, it's minus 180. Well, it goes to a decision, plus 142 inside the distance. I'll take the plus 142. It's the second to last fight. Probably start about 6:05, 6:10 of the preliminary card. So let's go plus 142. I like to call it bet a little, win a lot on Cody Durden and Charles Johnson to finish it inside the distance.
Lee, I've got one more thing for you. I need some relationship advice from you. I'm in a relationship with the Miami Marlins, and I, for some reason, believe they're going to be at 500 at the end of the season, maybe even a little bit above 500. Is this a relationship that I should be sticking with, or is this something just totally crazy? Am I just chasing the wrong thing?
You might want to go for a different type of relationship, Dan. I don't think it's going to work
I've been telling him that.
Dating a loser, man.
I love her. We love each other.
Yeah. I've been married for almost 30 years, so I I'm not up to what's going on and what's out there. I have 2 daughters, so I hear some stuff. But I would probably get on Hinge or one of those dating sites, Dan. It's not going to work out. There's a couple players that are fun to watch. Jazz is fun to watch. Kid they got from Milwaukee in the trades hitting over above 400. Couple high-end, top-end pitchers, but they don't have the depth. They don't have the power. I like the new skipper. I think he's doing a good job. Yep. So
you're giving me a lot of reasons to stay in love, though, right now.
It's not enough. I think Vlad and Alex would agree. I think they'll end up probably 72 to 75 wins.
This feels like an intervention all of a sudden.
Intervention is 60 wins, Dan.
Yeah, that's an intervention. Let's get out of there now.
So tomorrow, NBA, last bets, right?
Yeah.
Should I go under with total Heat Knicks and maybe under it? And also, who do you like in the Warriors Kings game 7 in Sacramento?
I have no real feel on the total. Sometimes I'll just watch the first game in a series. So I want to see if Randall plays. There's too much uncertainty. You don't have to bet every game. That's the professionals don't play every game. There's sometimes I don't play anything in game betting. There's sometimes I see some things happening and I'm betting at large. I like Sacramento though. I think they're going to take down the Warriors. Warriors just something missing. They did make a good change. I like that they kept Draymond on the bench when he came back for the first 2 games. But Sacramento, they made some adjustments to that and running some different plays on offense, some different pick and rolls, and a couple different things. And defensively, I thought that their hustle was great. And I think the crowd is going to be the difference here. I like Sacramento. I'll take the Kings. Used to be called the Queens, the Kings plus the 1.5.
You know, one more thing I got to ask you, Lee, because you're a University of Miami fan, in addition to being a Dolphin fan. One guy, I don't know, maybe we look at it. I don't think he's off the board yet. I think he's still going to be there. Will Mallory at tight end. Do you think he could be a fit for the Dolphins, who haven't taken a tight end yet, despite a lot of us thinking that was going to happen last night?
Possibly 6th, 7th round. They're going to need a receiving tight end. You can't go 4 receivers all the time. So you need a guy, and he'll make the tough catch in the seam. So I like Mallory in the 6th, 7th round. I mean, there was talk a year or 2 ago he was a 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounder. So he could be a steal. The only problem is his durability, just not been able to stay healthy. So I take a shot. They might take 2 tight ends. They might take a blocking tight end and something. Who knows? I think they're going to go best available talent, offensive line and tight end if they were strong, 6th, 7th round. So I was a little shocked that Stevenson went in the 2nd round. Unless they're playing a lot of zone, I think he's going to get exposed some.
Well, so far the Miami Dolphins draft has been pretty sexy. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, thank you so much for spending some time with us. We always appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Lee.
That is Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. We're going to go take a quick break, but then we're going to come back and we are going to keep it a buck. Donno, keep it real. Get those takes. Vlad, I don't even have to tell you to keep it real and get those takes ready. I got something for you after this on 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our
Sports Day on 560 WQAM, a song that won an Oscar. What a great movie, Hustle and Flow.
And a song that was appropriate for last night when the Lakers laid the 40 burger on Memphis. I guess Dylan Brooks was asking for a 40. He got that 40.
I'll tell you, when Memphis loses, they get that trick whooped.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of games where the Lakers just ran over them.
You know what?
I want to get an all play-in final. I want Heat versus Lakers. How fun would
you
that
want a
be?
bubble rematch?
Yeah.
You want a bubble rematch?
I do. I want the bubble rematch.
You know what that reminded me of? If you have an older brother, it's like when the little brother kept on, just keeps on irritating the older brother, and then older brother just got to lay the paws on you, like lay their hands on you to remind you, like, I'm still older brother. That was basically the Lakers Grizzlies series. I think no team in recent history, at least in the NBA, that you really wanted to see them lose to. Like, I really wanted to see Memphis lose.
Mm-hmm.
They went from darlings to villains, like in a heartbeat, like real quick. Like Vince McMahon couldn't script a change like that from face to heel. And I really wanted to see the Lakers beat the Grizzlies. And the fact that they whooped them by 40, that was nasty work last night. So to keep it a buck, Dan, I was very happy to see the Grizzlies get their ass beat.
I'll keep it a buck. I'm right there with you. I was happy about that. Also, I want to keep it a buck. A lot of people have been talking about Devon A-Chain, third-round pick. He will be the Dolphins' return man next year. I'm telling you right now. I'm keeping it a buck.
Oh, over Braxton?
Yeah.
Wow.
This guy's explosive. He is crazy fast. He did it last year with Texas A&M. You'll see. He's going to return a lot of kicks next year for the Dolphins.
I keep it a buck. I actually like the Devon A-Chain pick better than I like the Cam Smith pick, second versus third round. I thought the third round pick was better overall, right? I think Smith, I understand the logic behind it because you may be replacing Xavier Howard with him in about a year's time. But honestly, I think A-Chain probably has a little bit more upside at his position. Cam, good player. He's got good eyes on the football, can make plays on the ball, a lot of interceptions, but not always the best in run support. So I'm a little bit iffy there. So I think Smith was not even the best pick the Dolphins made last night.
Right. I saw some analysts say that, of course, they picked A-Chain at 81st, but he was 61st on the board. So he kind of slipped down. You got a value in that third round pick right there. So let's keep it a buck.
Keep it a buck.
Come on.
I love seeing Will Lovitz go through that pain.
Why did you love it? Because he puts mayo in his coffee?
Because he puts mayo in his coffee.
I love
And it was just, you know why I loved it? Just to see his dad couldn't take it anymore. His dad was like, "Yo, F this. I'm going to a bar. I'm going to go get a drink." It was just him, his mom, his girl, and his sister. They were all consoling him. It was funny to me. I kept it a buck. I was laughing my ass off to that. Yeah.
I keep it a buck. If I were an NFL GM and I know this guy puts mayonnaise in his coffee and he's proud of it, and he eats the banana, just bites right into the peel. He doesn't peel the banana first. He would have been off my draft board completely. I can't trust a guy like that.
Let's keep it a buck real quick. Jesus Luzardo had a big game yesterday. 6 1/3 innings, giving up 2 earned runs. Gene Segura got that walk-off hit for the Marlins. They defeated the Cubs 3-2. Marlins are going to do it again. They're going to defeat the Cubs. Keep it a buck. Keeping it a buck.
End this relationship, bro.
I'm
They're
just
going to
keeping it a
hurt
buck.
you in the long run, like they always do.
Keep it a
End
buck.
it.
Keep
You
it a
know
buck.
this.
Keep it a buck.
All right, I got to keep it a buck. I was wrong about the Heat. Dan, you were right.
Thank you.
You said the Heat were going to lose to the Bucks. You said the Bucks were going to win. The Heat were going to win in 7, but they won in 5. You were right about them. I was wrong. I had reasons to be wrong. Did you see that performance against the Atlanta Hawks in the playing game? This is completely a different team than what we saw throughout the season. So I give them credit. Playoff Jimmy's a different. He's Himothy. He's that guy. He's him. So I was wrong.
Vlad, I'm ready. I'm going to keep it a buck right now.
But all that being said, keep it a buck. My squad's beating y'all.
I'm going to keep it a buck the opposite. Game 7, playoff Jimmy, playoff
ain't
Bam.
going to the Garden for no Game 7.
Game 7, playoff Jimmy, playoff Bam.
We're
Eric
beating you in
Spoelstra
6.
winning it.
Knicks
Heat.
in 6.
Heat win.
Knicks in
Mark
6.
it.
I got Heat in 6. I think they're going to close it out at the K Center.
Yeah, the Knicks Center. You know, we always we shut down Miami Arena. Remember with the Allen Houston shot? You
Oh
remember
my God.
that?
I wish
And
I
then
didn't
we
remember that.
and then we opened the AAA by beating you. So you just renamed it to the K Center? That's what the name I gave it to y'all. Yeah, the Knicks Center. The sixth borough, baby. You're the sixth borough. Yeah, I'm restoring the feelings.
I keep it a buck.
restoring
You,
the
you you
feelings.
guys talk way too much trash for a franchise that's not won a championship since 1973.
You're
It's crazy delusional
right.
behavior.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But we're not in 1973. We're in 2023.
I will tell you, Jalen Brunson is a special talent. I have
Yeah.
loved Josh Hart ever since he came out of college. I saw him with the Pelicans, the best rebounding guard in the NBA. There are all types of matchup problems, but Julius Randle got that ankle. He's got that ankle. Seen what the Heat have done to teams where their star isn't 100%. Gentleman's sweep. I'm not saying gentleman's sweep for this. I'm telling you, game 7, rivalry renewed. That's keeping it a buck.
Knicks in 6.
Heat in 6. Maybe Heat in 5.
Ooh.
Might be,
Oh, wow. Now we're getting out of hand.
I mean, listen. Before that series against Milwaukee, everyone was saying Milwaukee in 4, Milwaukee in 5, Heat in 5. Now people are making excuses for why Milwaukee lost and how.
Oh, there's no excuses. They got their ass handled to them.
I know why.
And
Their coach
Spo
sucks.
exposed Mike Budenholzer for what I already knew he was.
Keep it a buck. He needs to be fired.
I've been saying that.
Keep it a buck.
Who was saying
Keep it a
that?
buck.
Who was saying that? I was like, dude, Budenholzer. By the way, Budenholzer won a championship that I was so upset.
Outside of that one lucky run, he got
Forget
hot.
that. He should have been fired in 2021 when he won that title. He did some of the stupidest
Yeah,
moves in the
they got
postseason.
lucky.
I'll
And
keep it
he's
a buck.
lucky
They call that guy Coach Bud. They should call him Coach Booty. That should be his
Oh my
nickname.
God, no! He's he's worse than mid. If his name is Bud,
Do you think
he's
any
worse
Bucks
than
fans
mid.
want him?
He's turtle food.
Does any Bucks fan really want him to still be their coach?
They better not.
If you want to lose in the first round again
And-
and underperform like you always do,
And Giannis, listen, he's a great player, but the Heat exposed him for what he was. I don't want to hear about injury or not, because guess what? He's still putting up those numbers, bad back or not.
yeah,
That's why those last 2 wins just solidified what was going to happen in this series. The Heat were just a better team they were playing better than any team at that time, and Jimmy's the best player right now in the postseason. There's no denying that. There's no denying that. So they beat the Bucks. So that's why you got to give them credit. I don't want to hear that. Oh, you could have used the excuse. Oh, well, he didn't play the first 2 and 3 quarters of the game, but he played game 4 and game 5. He had a triple-double in game 4.
You can't make excuses when you have a triple-double.
And you had a 13-point lead. You had 2 double-digit leads going to the fourth quarter, and you choked. All right? So let's keep it a buck. Yeah, it's every season's not a when Giannis is talking about every season's not a failure. You a failure, bro.
That's a failure.
All right, you failed.
If you don't
F+.
think that this season, with the best record in the NBA, and you're playing an 8 seed who barely got in a second play-in game, that hasn't done that much, hasn't really won more than 4 games in a row all year long, you go in there and get it handed to you like that?
No, I'm not trying
That's
to
a
hear that.
failure.
I'm
That's
not
a
trying to
failure.
hear that. I'm not trying
And
to
if
hear
you
that.
don't
And
think
this is
that's a
not-
failure, that's garbage.
And this is not me caping. This is me keeping the buck. That's how the show is. I'm riding for my squad, but I got to give the Heat credit. They busted Miami. I mean, they busted Milwaukee's ass, and they went into your house. What'd I say? There's 4 ways to win. Shout out to Monica McNutt from ESPN and MSG Network, because this is where I got it from. So I don't take nobody. I'm not a klepto. I'm gonna give people their props. It says there's 4 ways to win, right? 2 from your superstar, 1 from your bench, and 1 you steal. Jimmy gave you 4 of them things, but he gave you 2 otherworldly performances to win. I'm going to say game 1 and then game 4, right? Game 3 was the bench. That was Lowry. That was Duncan Robinson. That was Gabe Vincent. That was the bench. And in the last one, they stole that. They stole game 4. There should have been no way that the Bucks at home in elimination game should have lost that game. They choked. Never seen a man throw a ball. He didn't want the ball. Giannis didn't want the ball. He almost turned the ball over. Yeah, that's failure, Playboy. I don't care what you're talking about. You failed.
You can text in at 305-567-0560, 305 text in. We're a better team without Hero in the starting lineup. Ooh, that's a strong keep it a buck right there. I don't know.
I'll keep it a buck. Jimmy really proved me wrong, because after that Hawks game in the play-in, I was talking myself into it's time to move on from Jimmy Butler. Like, you
Whoa.
hear stories about how difficult he can be to play with, how abrasive that locker room can be. And then if he's not back, if they can't go anywhere with Jimmy, you might as well try without him. He has shut me completely up, man. I keep it a buck on that.
Keeping it a buck right there. That's how you do it. We keep it a buck with you right here on Sports Day. Up next, we'll have headlines, maybe a little montage action for you. Plenty of more fun. We're getting you ready for tonight's somewhat big game for Inter Miami. Getting off the schneid, trying to score some goals. Keep it a buck. I'm a little nervous about this Inter Miami game tonight, but we'll get into more of that here.
bro.
Yeah, had that problem too.
Ain't got no Viagra.
That's the truth. Inter Miami needs some Viagra, and they need it now. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back here on Sports Day, 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM.
Day with Dan Day.
Happy Saturday! 560 WQAM on the Odyssey app. You can also watch us on YouTube live. Just put 560 WQAM or on our Twitch page, 560 WQAM. I saw Stetson Bennett, big-time quarterback at Georgia, 2 national championships. He was drafted by the LA Rams.
That's a great move. That's
Great pick.
I'll take a flyer on him. I don't know if he's going to be a great pro player, but what does it matter? It's kind of a late pick. If it turns out, you look like a genius. If it doesn't, you say,
Hey, man.
it's exciting.
I got to give Harry Roseman props, man, for the Eagles.
Yeah, they're doing great.
You know what they're doing? You know how New England was drafting all these Alabama players because of the Nick Saban and Bill Belichick relationship?
He's drafting the Georgia defense.
Yeah, he's doing that with Kirby Smart and the Georgia Bulldogs.
Not a bad idea.
He's just, they just made a trade for DeAndre Swift with the Lions. So that's the reason why the Lions drafted the running back from Alabama. They just, they drafted Jalen Carter. They got the other defensive end from Georgia later on in the first round. That Eagles team, they're in the Niners, right? Those are the top 2 teams in the NFC.
Yeah.
And I just think they're really, really just top to bottom, maybe the most complete team in the NFL.
Yeah, I think they're going to be in that conversation, Dan, to get other tries to win the Super Bowl that they nearly won last year. They won it 6 years ago with kind of a different group, but I think they're going to be back in that conversation. I mean, the NFC is a little bit favorable for them right now. They just locked up their quarterback on a long-term deal, and they're making moves, man. I give Howie Roseman, like Vlad was saying, I give this guy a ton of credit because he seems to be pushing all the right buttons and making all the right moves.
Yeah, they were pretty much the best team in football last year, and they seem like they just keep getting better. Jalen Hurts, I believe he is the real deal. That's why they paid him the real money right there. I've talked about this before. Outside of one bad half of college football, Jalen Hurts has been just fantastic at everything he's done. It's just on the biggest stage, he had a bad half and ended up having to transfer out, never getting his job back, but he has answered the call every time outside of that half of a national championship game. So Eagles look to be pretty stacked and pretty solid. Like I said, like you said, the NFC is not the strongest. It's not like the AFC. The only thing is, got to have that star power. That's where they got caught last year. Patrick Mahomes and them caught him in the Super Bowl because they've got star power, and star power can get you through those big games. Maybe not all the games, but can get you through that big game.
Well, let me ask you this. Like you said, star power does get you through the big games, but having a lot of depth, like the Dolphins just did, adding Akini as the running back. Do you think he could have like a Pacheco type of impact? Like, because Pacheco helped the Chiefs. They started him slow because they had Clyde Edwards-Helaire and they always had other running backs, but you saw his impact towards the end of the season, how key he was in the postseason running and helping them win a Super Bowl title. Maybe the Dolphins were thinking about that, and they're drafting the running backs in this third round. I think that was a really, really good move. I got to give Chris Greer credit on that. Like, that was a very good move, adding more running back depth to a team that's going to have to run the ball in late December and January in order for them to get to where they want to.
I think as a guy who's going to be no worse than your third option, it's an upgrade over Myles Gaskin or Salvon Ahmed, and he's going to be one of the faster, more explosive players on a team full of fast, explosive players, and it's going to keep that backfield fresher and deeper, guys. And listen, you had injury concerns, with both Mostert and with Wilson last year. Stuff like that can happen, especially a position where you're getting hit on every play. So to add another piece of depth and explosiveness, I just think it's an awesome pickup. And again, with Devon Achane, this guy, he can play so many different roles because he can become, like Dan was talking about, he can become your primary return man. You can get creative with him and line him up in the slot and create mismatches there. The Dolphins obviously have a lot of options at wide receiver as well, but you're going to find a way to get this dude on the field and get him making plays. So he can only make you better.
And I got to give my flowers to Chris Greer. There was a time when we wanted to run him out of this city. Now I feel very confident in some of the picks that he's made and some of the picks he's making right now. He's really kind of done a 180 for a lot of Dolphins fans.
Well, see, I don't know, because here's the thing. If the Dolphins offensive line isn't better next year, you're going to have to look at Greer and say, well, bro, what did you just do? Like, as much as I like Devon Achane and as much as I think Cam Smith was probably clearly the best player available when the Dolphins drafted in the second round, so they went for BPA there. If somebody like Austin Jackson at right tackle or Liam Eichenberg at left guard, if guys like that get your quarterback hurt again or cause you to lose games and not get into the playoffs in a really deep AFC and a really deep AFC East, especially, then we're going to look back at Greer and say, like, did you just automatically think your O-line was going to be better with most of the same players? Like, what was the thought process there?
I don't know. I just feel more confident in him now. There was a point where I was like, oh, goodness, but you're going to miss on some picks. Everybody misses on some picks. Some of them were egregious, like Noah Igbenogany and stuff like that, Austin Jackson. But, I feel confident at least that he can definitely do some things, and I'm not so scared of him anymore as I used to be. So hopefully he makes all the right decisions and we kind of get going. Speaking of decisions, there was a lot of games that got played this past week in South Florida, and all of them extremely exciting, and most of them put smiles on my face. Let's relive it right now through montage.
It's time to ball, y'all. The Bucks win the tip.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for this afternoon's matchup. Game 4, Panthers and Boston Bruins.
Out of fire. Lopez. Toe-to-toe. The house is already booming and rocking.
Welcome inside TD Garden here in Boston for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins. Game 5. The Bruins holding a 3-1 lead in this first round.
I like the way it tastes in the middle of the night in the cemetery, breathing in the moonlight.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for tonight's Game 6 as the Florida Panthers are trying to even their first round best-of-7 series with the Boston Bruins, hoping to force a Game 7.
Friday Night Baseball here in South Florida with South Florida's own Jesus Luzardo on the mound. An exciting win for the Marlins yesterday, and they hope to piggyback off of that.
Looks for Campana, the header down and slapped to the ground by Clark. Not quite razor sharp enough, but Clark able to slap it away at the last moment.
But that's it for this one. 6-2 Bruins. That's a final.
Love me, you love me. I like the way it tastes in the middle of the night in the cemetery, breathing in the moonlight.
The series is led by the Eastern Conference 8th seed Miami Heat, 3-1.
Allmark back four, gave it away. Verhaeghe to the front of the net. It's poked at. Backhand. They score. Matthew Tkachuk in overtime. And the Panthers win it 4-3. And there's going to be a Game 6 in Sunrise on Friday.
The Miami Heat advance to the second round. They are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come.
Ground ball up the middle, pass Swanson and into center field. Segura wins it. It's a Marlins walk-off win.
Buy me some Gene Segura right now.
7-5. The Panthers get it done tonight in Game 6. There's going to be a Game 7 on Sunday.
Panthers pandemonium. We're going to talk to Bill Lindsay in the next segment. He's going to get us up to date on everything that's happening with the Panthers Bruins series. Game 7, the sweetest word and number in the sports language, because the Panthers, they scored 4 in the third to tie their series with the Bruins. 3 games apiece. The puck drops 6:30 tomorrow. Got to get into it. Big day tomorrow.
I'm glad it starts a little early, Dan and Vlad. Like, I'm glad that they
Knicks. That's tomorrow at 1.
Yeah, so that's pretty good timing, right? Because I get to celebrate a Heat Game 1 victory for a couple of hours before the Panthers Bruins game comes on, and then I can celebrate a Panthers victory. That's a good day I've got planned out tomorrow.
Hurricane cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, he's celebrating. He was selected 56th overall by the Bears. Tight end Will Mallory still on the board, expected to go at some point today.
I think he will. I think he will, because I think if he's one of those undrafted free agents, I think he will be quickly signed by a team.
Of course, the Dolphins have drafted South Carolina cornerback Cam Smith in the second round and Texas A&M running back Devon Achane in the third. Miami is scheduled to pick in the 6th and 7th round today. Who knows who they're going to get? maybe best available, maybe an offensive lineman, maybe Will Mallory. Who knows?
Based on the way it's gone so far for them, everyone's like, well, okay, well now you're going to get your tight end and your offensive lineman. Let's see, they'll end up drafting a linebacker and a wide receiver with these next couple of picks. Like, who knows?
Get another running back and a quarterback. See what you do.
I don't think you need any more of those. Okay, yeah, that's the sad part about it is I don't think the 6th round or the 7th round is going to make the team anyway.
Well, the quarterback, Skylar.
This team is loaded already.
Skylar Thompson was a 7th rounder last year and made the team.
I wish we drafted Brock Purdy. That would have been an even better pick.
All right, and that didn't work out too well with Skylar Thompson, did it? Come on.
Hey, he almost beat the Bills in the playoffs. He came like that close.
I don't think so. I think it was the running game and the defense that kept the team in there. The turnovers that they were producing. But look, the 6th round.
I'd say the same about a lot of Tua's wins, but I don't want to get in
the
trouble.
Likelihood, hey, I might agree with you, but we're not going to go there. But the likelihood of the 6th or 7th rounder making this loaded team already is slim to none. So I think right now the fact that they were able, like I said, to add depth in the 2nd and 3rd round to positions that you need as many good players in those as you can get, because injuries happen and a lot of teams have different sets and they have great skill position players. So they add a cornerback and then add a running back to run the ball and help take a lot of pressure from Tua. You got to give Chris Greer credit with the 2nd and 3rd round picks.
Let's play a quick game of who you got. The Kings, they did beat the Warriors 118-99 to push that series to game 7. I'm ride or die with the Kings. I still think the Kings are
ride
win.
or dying with them.
I wasn't as confident until last night, but I'm sticking with the Kings. Vlad, who you got? Game 7.
This is tough. You know what? I'm going to go with the Warriors, and only for one reason. I think the NBA would love a Lakers-Warriors Western Conference semifinal. That's big ratings for them.
Donno?
I'm going to lean to the Warriors as well for what Vlad said and also just the experience. I don't know if the Kings are ready just yet.
The only reason why I would have said that first, but then they won game 6 and they won pretty handily. Like there was a game that you would have thought the experience at home, Golden State, they got that road win that they needed. They were going back home. It should have been easy for the Warriors to win, and the Kings actually won that game.
Yeah, it's kind of lining up. If you watch that series, the Kings are the better team, the more talented team. The Warriors are terrible on the road. Kings are going to be at home in Sacramento. They haven't even been to the playoffs in 17 years. That place is going to be rocking.
It's also a quick turnaround because they're playing at 3:30 in the afternoon, which is 12:30 out west. So they played last night at 5. So it's a quick, but it's only an hour. It's a 90-minute bus ride from San Francisco to Sacramento.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Experience, like you said, Donald, it should have played a factor in game 6. Maybe it'll play a factor in game 7. But I also think the referees will be giving the Warriors a lot of calls tomorrow.
And that is a real thing. I mean, we know it's happened before. There have been books written about it and confessions made about it. So
there's gonna be some there's gonna be some Donahue calls tomorrow against the Kings.
Somebody's on the take tomorrow.
If Sabonis gets 2 quick fouls early, we all know. So they're trying to even it up for the Warriors.
Well, only one game tonight. It is a game 1 between the Suns and the Nuggets. I'm gonna go with the Nuggets. I believe in Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets at least for game 1. Vlad?
If Nikola Jokic is really that guy, this is the series he needs to show that he's really that guy. Because right now, I don't think there's any more lethal duo than Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. They both are going to go for 30 easily.
Wake up, Kevin Durant. Wake up.
Right. Like literally, that's what, Monty Williams could be like, hey, KD, you want to do something right now for 1 minute? And he'll go on an 8-10 overrun by himself.
No pick and roll. No, you just go ahead. Score.
And Devin Booker right now is only Jimmy Butler's playing better than him right now in the playoffs.
Only person that can say something bad about Devin Booker is Bad Boney.
He
has been great.
So maybe not dealing with the Kardashians or Jenners helping clear his
well,
mind.
he did get Vanessa Hudgens after that, so that's not really stepping down.
Did he? I didn't even keep up with that one. What's she up to these days? I haven't seen her in anything for a long time.
Just looking good. That's about it.
So
Devin Booker,
bad one.
He booked her. So you know what I mean. So I got to see if Jokic is that guy. He's got to showcase, and this is another important series to me for Michael Porter Jr. If Michael Porter, he's so talented. He's a great offensive weapon. He's going to have to score because they have no bench. They have no bench. The Suns have no bench. They risk. I mean, to get Durant, they had to give up a lot of pieces, and they are playing a lot of minutes. When Chris Paul is playing 38, 39 minutes at his old age, Booker and Durant are averaging 43 to 44 minutes. I'm gonna go with the Nuggets to win game 1 because they're playing in Denver, the altitude. So I'm gonna, it's probably gonna take a little bit for the Suns to get going, but I think the Suns win this series in 6.
Donno, we're gonna go 3 for 3 right here. What do you have winning tonight between the Suns and the Nuggets?
As long as they keep the floor dry during warmups and KD gets through that without turning an ankle, I'm going with the Suns to take game 1.
Okay. Inter Miami look to get back on their winning ways, at least when it comes to MLS. They play Columbus tonight at 7:30 here on 560 WQAM. And at 4 o'clock today, you get the Marlins versus the Cubs. But right now, you get to take a step into the day spa. A New Orleans high school senior has been accepted to 125 schools and been offered over $9 million in scholarships.
What position do they play?
No. This is academics.
Oh,
no, you can't lock him up on the canes there, Donno.
Wow.
I got accepted to 3 schools and offered a small pack of juicy fruit when I was graduating from high school.
125 schools?
I mean, yeah, like goodness. It's a record, but goodness gracious, how do you?
Well, I mean, why doesn't it? Don't you have to pay a little bit of money to apply? Like, why are you even applying to 125 plus schools? Like, doesn't that cost money just to send the application?
Yeah, I think they might just be offering him, like, they offer athlete scholarships. I think that might be it. I don't think
it sounds like he just wants to be talked about on the day spa. Like, he's like, if I set a record and apply to every school in the country, I know Dan Day is going to mention me.
You get an NIL deal.
If you're from New Orleans or Miami, I will mention you right there. Yes, indeed.
He's trying to get an NIL deal. Don't hurt him.
I know that NIL deal. I love the NIL deal.
I applied to one school, went 1 for 1.
Oh, well, at least you went to a good one.
Got to be average there. It's good enough.
It's all about the U. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Speaking of nice, Bill Lindsay going to talk about Game 7. Panthers, Bruins next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-056.
He's doing a trap.
I gotta do an interview.
Oh. Good watch. Maybe it's not a trap. Maybe it's water.
560 Sports WQAM. This is Sports Day going all the way till 5 o'clock. What a night last night at FLA Live Arena. Your Panthers did it. They extended the series to game number 7. That is going to be in Boston tomorrow at 6:30. That is the puck drop right now, joined by former Panther. And of course, you can hear him on calls of the games. Bill Lindsay. Bill, how exciting was it to be in FLA Arena last night?
It was wild, loudest I've heard it in a long time, back and forth, and it was going toe to toe. It was the old fashioned who'd score last was going to end up winning the game, but really gutsy effort by the Panthers last couple of games to crawl out of this series deficit from 3-1 to make it 3-3 and get tied with this Boston team that had a historic regular season, the best ever in NHL history, wins wise, points wise, and biggest disparity in points in a playoff series since 1996. And the Panthers are just hanging right there with them, going toe to toe. It's been a lot of fun.
Bill, how do you think the mentality of the Boston players are right now, knowing that, a few nights ago they were up 3-1 in cruise control, and now they've got to do this game 7 at home they probably never expected they would even need?
It's shocking to some degree for them. The one aspect for that Boston has is that you got the veterans there, that you got Krejci, you got Bergeron, you got Marchand. It's not going to rattle them too much, and it goes from both sides. When I played in some game 7s, and when you get into game 7, your mentality for, even if you've blown the series lead or gotten back into the series, you throw everything out into the window. It's just one game. It kind of just changes your whole perspective on everything. You just go out and we got to just try and focus on winning one singular aspect game. So even if you've played some bad hockey or you've played really good to get back in this series, everything just goes out the window in a game 7. Everyone's going to get recharged. Boston's got a veteran team. They're going to be fine. The Panthers, they've been coming after Boston in waves. They'll try and do the same thing. And then it's going to come down to a penalty here and there, a bounce. It's game 7s are odd. That's where Boston being in this scenario is kind of precarious for them. Bad bounce at the wrong time, bad penalty, just something can go haywire in a game 7 that can determine everything. And Panthers have put them into a position to get there. And Boston with losing. Boston has really hurt themselves in this series with turnovers. They've got a lot of blame to place on what they've did. The Panthers have forced those turnovers and created it, and the Panthers have made them pay a price. But game 7s, they have a whole entity of their own compared to the rest of the series.
And Billy Lindsay, I wanted to ask you, how have the Panthers been able to turn this series around? I was at the game last Sunday when they got down. They were down pretty much the whole game. The series is 3-1. You're saying, oh, God, this thing's pretty much over. How have they turned it around these past 2 games? What's been some of the keys?
Game 6 was Sergei Bobrovsky. I'll leave it at that for the most part. You got a goaltender that's got a high ceiling, and when he plays his best, has a chance to steal a game. He did that in Boston, and you got bounces. There was a brutal turnover on the first goal by Tyler Bertuzzi. You got the first goal. Every opportunity that you seem to have ended up in the net, and because of Bobrovsky, you force overtime. And then you get into that overtime, Linus Ullmark, the goaltender, makes a huge blunder. Tkachuk gets the goal, and you're coming back home for game 6. And yeah, game 6 was the first game that the Panthers got the underlying support past Tkachuk, past Bennett. You started to see players like Declare, Lundell, Luostarinen, Zach Dolpe had a goal, but you started to see the second, third, and fourth lines be effective. It was really the first time that their depth forwards were effective in the series. Then if that's the case moving forward, that's really their best rest. Barkov got a goal. He's been really kind of silent throughout this. So to see the roster, to get contributions, when I looked at the Boston side, for the most part, they've gotten contributions everywhere. So to have it happen from this Panther team, maybe the sticks are a little bit lighter for some of those guys going into Game 7, but it was the game number 6 was the best complete game that they played as far as everyone getting involved and everyone contributing back beyond maybe your goaltender just stealing a game or Kachuk being unbelievable. Game 6 was the biggest team effort they had.
Billy, don't you think right now that, I know you said Boston has a veteran team, but they are going Game 7 with some doubt. I mean, you talking about a team they were a historic team going into this postseason. They were the President Cup trophy winners, the most points in NHL history. They had a 3-1 lead, and it seems to me since Game 5, every time they've taken a lead or they were about to separate from the Panthers have responded and quickly and countered them with a goal, tie the game, or take the lead. Like right now, the mentally tough team right now is the Panthers going into this Game 7.
Yeah, I would agree with it from that aspect. What you have on the Boston side is the Panthers are okay with their lineup and what they got going forward with the game plan. If you're on the Boston is searching at this moment. They're even questioning they got 2 really compatible goaltenders that can work. Jeremy Swayman, the backup, there was some question marks whether he would play early in the series. Allmark, who's going to win the Vezina Trophy for the goaltender of the year, has looked really bad. Do you go to Jeremy Swayman in Game 7? What kind of adjustments do you have to make as far as your lineup? They've got a rotation of players that they can kind of bring in and sit out. So Jim Montgomery and his staff, they're searching for answers. How do we be better? How do we stop these turnovers from the Panthers? They know what their lines are going to be. They're comfortable with everything that they've done. So from a mentality standpoint, Boston is the team that is searching, and that city and what they've done this year, they're to go into a Game 7 and to be looking for answers is not ideal. And this would be the Panthers would be their 3rd consecutive victory in TD Garden to get it done. That would be one of the biggest. You have a 91% chance to win a series historically if you go up 3-1. You add in that they had 137 points during the regular season, and you have to win the last 3 games in their arena to win this series. It would be truly one of the biggest upsets in NHL history. I would love to see it. It would be remarkable, and it's crazy that we're even talking about it, but it's a possibility.
You mentioned Bobrovsky being the biggest factor in the Game 6 win. How do you look at the way Paul Maurice managed his goaltenders? Because I know that there was a lot of second guessing for sticking with Bob, and you had the great storyline of the Lion King heading into the playoffs. How do you feel about the way Bob's doing now and the way Paul Maurice has handled this?
He's handled it well. Alex Lyon deserves a lot of credit because he came in late in the year and just galvanized this group and was able to get them in the playoffs, which for an American Hockey League goaltenders, 10 years pretty much just in the American Hockey League with spot duty in the NHL. He came into a pressure-packed situation, got on a roll, and he was the reason they got in the playoffs. And he started in net, played well, and got the victory. But this is no knock against Alex Lyon. What he did was why the Panthers got into the playoffs. But Sergei Bobrovsky at his best is better. It's just his ceiling's higher. When he's on his game, if Alex Lyon plays his best and Sergei Bobrovsky plays his best, with Sergei Bobrovsky and a couple of his best is better than Alex Lyon, unfortunately. Even his good is probably Alex Lyon's best. It's just a different factor. He has a different presence about him. So he got him into the game and went with him from there forward. And Alex Lyon, too, with the situation of him playing 10 or 11 in a row, he's never done anything like that. And to keep rolling him out there, you would have to wonder whether fatigue would come into it at some point with all this pressure. So I don't have any problems with the way Paul Maurice handled the situation. It was well thought out. It was time to give Alex Lyon a break. It was time to get Bobrovsky into some game action. He was fresh. And Sergei Bobrovsky, if you're going against this team with Boston, he does at this moment give you the best chance to win games.
All offseason, we heard from Paul Maurice saying we're building this team for the playoffs. How is this year's Panthers team more playoff ready than last year's playoff team?
Last year was speed. It was just get after it, kind of force turnovers, turn and burn, just live off the rush. Not a lot of Paul Maurice wanted sustained forechecking pressure. He wanted to be able to hang on to pucks in the offensive end, pinch down on the walls. And the speed was able to be shut down last year in the playoffs. It was a difference. And you could see in the second series that Tampa Bay was able to take away that speed and that goal scoring. With this Panther team, what you're seeing in this, especially in this, it took a while for Paul Maurice to get to this, but you see a real heavy forecheck hanging on to the puck in the offensive zone. And with that, that's what's creating these turnovers. Is you got your D pinching down on the wall, you're hanging on to pucks, you got your forwards going hard, and it's an approach where it's more of and it's led by Tkachuk. That's why they brought him here too. It's a more of a just a mentality that we're going to cycle plays, we're going to try and wear out their D and just not rely on our speed. And it was like a little snowball at the start of the year, and it just kept growing and growing, and it was getting bigger. And it was, you were questioning, he talked about playing playoff hockey during the regular season, and well, he got to it, but there was a big question mark whether you were actually going to get into the playoffs and have a chance to prove it. But the big difference this year is that it's just more predicated around a heavy forecheck and grind game compared to the flash and dash they had last year. They can still do it, but it's just more meat and potatoes as compared to where it was more of a dazzling aspect last year.
And don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if we do get by the Boston Bruins, it is going to be either Toronto Maple Leafs or the Tampa Bay Lightning. Which is a better matchup for the Panthers if they do get past Boston, of course?
The better for the fan base and all of us down here would be Tampa Bay one more time. We'd get a third crack at them 3 straight years in a row. Try and derail them. Toronto is got their own demons to exercise on their own behalf, and they lost, and the pressure just gets ramped up every game that they lose. They got Game 6 on the road tonight in Tampa Bay. That if they lose that and go back for Game 7 against,
why can't they win a last game? They have the hardest time as a franchise to win an elimination. Just
0-12. They haven't won a playoff series since 2004. They've had 12 chances to close out a series, and they are 0-12 in those games. And you guys all know sports markets, and you know New York and you know Boston, but as far as hockey goes, Toronto is the worst. You got to hide under your covers if you're a player up there, and if it happened that they lost this series, that I don't know if you could get out of town. They might fire the whole organization, might change the team name. There could that would be. But as far as matchups goes, it's equal. Toronto's got a really good team. Their D are not quite as mobile, and there's some question marks around their goaltender Samsonov. And Tampa Bay, we just know what Tampa Bay is. It's just how they played too much hockey throughout the course of the last 3 years. Matchup wise, I think the Panthers, if you beat the best team in the regular season, if you beat Boston and this heavyweight, I think you're okay with either matchup. Yeah, the belief factor from your standpoint goes in and just said, hey, we just beat the top team in the NHL. Just give us whoever's next.
Yeah. And Bill, heading into Game 7, the way that this series has played out so far, The winners of 3 out of the first 6 games have scored at least 6 goals in those wins. We've seen some high-scoring hockey games, including a 7-5 last night. Do you expect, though, Game 7, do you think it's going to be a little bit tighter and cagier, or do you think we could get another high-scoring, 6-4, 7-5 type of game?
If it's high scoring, it's going to go the Panthers' way.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is historically looking. You're talking about that's where the Panthers have been able to get and put up the goals. 22 goals in the 6 games. This is a team that just allowed just over 2 goals a game throughout an 82 game schedule. So you've been able to score against Boston, and it was one of the, after the last 30 years, there might not have been a better defensive team in the last 30 years than what Boston did. So if it ends up that it starts to get run and gun and the goals start going in, they're in problems in Boston. So they're going to try and tighten it down. I really would expect it to be a 2-1, 3-2 game. That would be my expectation of the game, unless there's all kinds of power plays. But the refs in Game 7s, hopefully for all our sakes, just swallow the whistles unless there's blatant calls, and just let these guys decide it 5-on-5. And if it gets 5-on-5, it's going to be hard to score. It just really is, and it's going to. I predict the game, to me, it's going to be a 3-2 final, one way or the other. It'll be that close.
Let's go. Let's hope the Panthers get that win. They're going to be dropping the puck at 6:30 in Boston. You can hear it right here on 560 WQAM. Panthers great Billy Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. Let's go Cats.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy.
Thanks, Bill.
That's once again Billy Lindsay. Much appreciation. He's getting ready for that Game 7. Could be a historic one for the Panthers. Oh, that's something. But you know what we're doing next? Little segment we call Something or Nothing, where Donno and Vlad are going to decide whether it is something or nothing here on 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voices?
Do I have to worry about this?
We are on YouTube.
That's great that you're doing that.
All kinds.
Happy Saturday afternoon. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM. I am Dan Day along with my cousin, Vladimir Louison, and my dude, Alex Donno. The draft continues on from Kansas City. And I've not heard of Will Mallory being drafted yet. Also, haven't heard any Dolphins draft picks today. We've got the 6th and 7th round where the Dolphins are expected to be picking. So should be interesting, should be fun. Just see that. Oh, the Packers got a wide receiver, Dante Vion Wicks out of USC. Is that what they were saying? It's so fast right now. No, they got a wide receiver from
out of Virginia.
Out of Virginia. So
Jets drafted a running back out of Pitt.
I was gonna say. So Aaron Rodgers is gone. Now they got to draft receivers. So good job.
No, he drafted a running back.
No, I'm talking about
the Green Bay
Packers.
Well,
yeah.
they didn't even
by the way, I like that running back that you guys drafted, Vlad. He's a workhorse, Abanikanda. He's he's big, powerful, can run people over. So I mean, listen, he's kind of like they're both good. He's kind of like the opposite of Devon A-Chain, who the Dolphins drafted, who's like faster and shiftier. Abanikanda is just he's gonna make you sore when you wake up the next morning.
I think you see a lot of these teams are getting running backs because I think they really see that you need to pound the ball. But you need to pound. You got to run the ball in December and January in this cold weather and when the playoff games, you need to run the ball, milk the clock. I like this. I like the moves that a lot of these teams are doing right now. Dolphins and Jets.
Maybe new golden age of the running back. I did want to ask that the other day. Seems like back in the day, they ran running backs into the ground, but they had a long shelf life. Nowadays, they don't run as much, but they have a shorter shelf life. That just makes sense.
I'm glad you brought this up because I was talking to a friend of mine about this. You know why a lot of people, a lot of the draft experts were very upset with how the draft went because all their picks that they from their mock drafts were wrong. But you know how they were crapping on the running backs and how no running backs might have been selected in the first round, or it's only going to be one running back selected in the first round, and you had 2 running backs selected in the top 10. So they were so wrong about that. So that to me, that proves that nobody knows what they're saying. Nobody knows anything. All these drafts, all these mock drafts where everybody's going, they all have everybody penciled in. Lovitz was going to be a top 10 quarterback. Then you started seeing more and more as the days went that the teams were kind of staying away from him. Maybe it's because of his food choices. I don't know, Donno. I don't know, but they started seeing maybe the turnovers that he needs some time. Very crazy, take it from a guy with experience with my team. You got to be very careful with the quarterback that you select, especially this high in the draft, because if it doesn't work out, you may not be fortunate to get a Hall of Fame quarterback or get a Matthew Stafford to that effect. So you got to be careful in drafting these quarterbacks. I think the Colts, hopefully Anthony Richardson works out, but I think that might have been a reach at number 4. But
it might have been, but I appreciate, and obviously I got no love for Florida, so I'm not gonna go out of my way to compliment Anthony Richardson. But it was a ballsy pick because some of the NFL experts that I've talked to over the past week, the opinions on Anthony Richardson are all over the board. You can talk to one expert who will tell you, I'm not drafting him, at least not in the first round, because hasn't proven it. He's not polished enough as a quarterback. I'm just not doing it. And yet I talked to someone else who's like, I would take him first overall because I just think he has that much upside, right? I mean, physically, he's, I was talking with Larry Bluestein about him, and he compared him physically to like another version of Bo Jackson, like just with the physical upside that this dude has. So that is a boom or bust type of pick, guys. Like Anthony Richardson, we're either going to look back on that pick in 3 years and be like, wow, imagine if Carolina, they should have had the stones to draft this guy number 1 overall, or we're going to look back on it and say, what were the freaking Colts thinking? This guy can't play quarterback, but he's just such an amazing athlete. They just got to find a way to develop him.
High risk, maybe high reward, maybe not high reward. Time will tell. I'm okay that he's going to the Colts and not the Dolphins or the Saints. I'll just put it that way. Right now, though, I do want to get into a little something or nothing. I'm going to ask you guys if something is something or if it's absolutely nothing. We're going to start with Team USA. They get a favorable draw at the FIBA, not FIFA, but FIBA World Cup. That means they're going to be playing basketball in a pool against Greece, New Zealand, and Jordan. That starts August 25th. Is that something or nothing?
Is Giannis playing?
Yep. Yep.
And who else? The other countries?
New Zealand and Jordan.
Unless Michael's playing.
So you're saying nothing?
It's something because Giannis is playing. So maybe against Greece, maybe that might be something. But other than that, I think it's nothing. What about you, Donno?
I'm saying it's nothing because this is the United States of America. I don't care. They shouldn't care who they get drawn against in basketball. Favorable draw, non-favorable draw. USA should be beating every foreign country in a game that we invented. Or was it a Canadian guy who invented it? Either way, invented by a Canadian, perfected by Americans. I should not even care who USA draws. USA is going to run the table.
Speaking of running the table, the Lakers ran the Grizzlies off the table yesterday, winning by 40 in a closeout game. After the game, Ja Morant admits his off-court issues were a distraction to the team. Vlad, is that something or nothing?
Oh, that's something. Duh. Really? You just figured that out? Come on, Ja.
Donno?
It's definitely something. I hope he's gotten his issues taken care of. I'll just say that because he clearly has them.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Did Will Mallory just get drafted?
Yeah, Will Mallory got drafted by the Colts.
There you go. Him and Josh Richardson.
5th round. That's a good pick by the Colts.
That is a good pick.
Yes.
Because they were predicting 6th or 7th for Will Mallory. So there you go.
Colts really, and with that franchise, they really loved utilizing the tight end in their offense. And what the offensive coordinator from the Eagles is their new head coach. So it's a good pick for him. Good job.
Michelle Obama joins Bruce Springsteen on stage in Barcelona for a rendition of Glory Days. Is that something or nothing?
Yeah, hopefully she does a better dance than what's her name? Courtney Cox.
I don't think I saw that. What happened there?
If you remember, there's a video, right, of Glory Day. No, I forgot what song was Bruce. Bruce has a song where he's dancing. I think Courtney Cox is dancing with him. It was an old school video.
Ooh.
So yeah, good job, Michelle.
Well, you guys love her. I'm not so much in love with her. BB Rexa. She was joined by a woman I definitely love, Dolly Parton. They released a video called Seasons for a song called Seasons. Is that something or nothing?
Yeah, hopefully it's something. Hopefully it's not a bust.
Oh.
I'm gonna say it's nothing. I don't really care.
Tomorrow.
Knitters in Great Britain knit a 7-foot tall display of King Charles III in preparation for his coronation on May 6th. Is that something or nothing?
Oh yeah, it's something, baby. Come on, City Boys are up, baby. We're up 10,000 with Charles becoming king. You know what I mean? We like that. King Charles.
I'm gonna say it's nothing. Like I watched the show The Crown with my wife, and the whole thing, it makes me so angry because this royal family, they take themselves so seriously, and they have all these squabbles about the crown, and the relatives aren't allowed to marry who they want to because it's got to be like freaking Game of Thrones or something. Like you can only marry like a highborn lord or lady, and all this to do absolutely nothing of substance when it comes to making policy for that country. The royal, like I hate that show. My wife loves it, so we watch it together. I don't care about King Charles. Now, Queen Elizabeth was badass. May she rest in peace. King Charles, doofus. I do not care. That is nothing.
Did you see this? A fog of bees interrupts the PGA's Mexico Open earlier this week. Is that something or nothing?
Yeah, it's a cartel.
It's a cartel?
A cartel of bees.
In Mexico?
Where else? Where else would a cartel be?
Donno, that scares you though, right?
I'll say it's something.
It's something,
anybody who's allergic to bees, that's a big deal. So that's something.
Fog of bees. Did you see this? A Michigan bus driver passed out behind the wheel, but a 7th grade boy steps in and drove the bus to safety. Something or nothing.
Oh, it's something. You already know what he has a life in. He's already got. If he's already in 7th grade, knows how. By the way, he's driving a bus.
Yeah,
he's driving a bus. That's not no easy car. That's not no easy vehicle to maneuver around.
Your parents,
I just want to know, it'll be even more of something if he stopped. Like he's still doing the stops. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're still going through the route, eating the stops, letting people go, accepting new customers, if he did that, that is absolutely something. Absolute. I would give that kid a medal.
He should.
By the way, the Bruce Springsteen, Courtney Cox song I was referencing to was "Dancing in the Dark." She's the girl in the video. When he selects the audience member to come on the stage and dance, that's Courtney Cox.
Okay. By the way, this bus driver thing, I'm definitely going to say that's something because when Keanu Reeves did that exact same thing in the movie Speed,
it was a bomb.
Well, yeah, but that also was a big deal. Keanu Reeves, grown man, and he needed help from Sandra Bullock to drive the bus. This 7th grade kid did the same thing by himself. That's way more impressive. That's something.
I don't know. There was a bomb and a crazy Dennis Hopper. Listen, the 7th grade, I'm giving him credit. 12-year-old, right? He's 12 or 13,
somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean, we already know he's got a CDL license or a bus. He definitely could be public transit driver, but that's crazy.
Two more. A mother has gone online to proclaim that her and her family do not believe in toilet paper. They rather use old clothes. Is that something or nothing?
That's nasty. That's what it is. That's some nasty crap right there, bro. That's nastiness. They use old clothes?
Just old clothes, yeah. Rags, clothes.
That's not goodwill right there, bro.
No. You know what? It is better for the environment, though, isn't it?
See?
What?
I'm just saying,
Because instead of throwing away toilet paper,
Wait, do they wash those clothes and wear them?
That's the assumption.
No,
Otherwise, you're going to run out of old clothes pretty quick.
That's what I'm saying.
You just reuse them. You wash them, which is nasty to put in your washing machine.
Yeah,
but you
that's
wash
true.
them and then you wipe again.
Bro, that's nasty.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say it is nasty. The environmentalists have gone way too far. Just use toilet paper. Who cares? Tree. You know what? Trees grow back. How about that? The trees grow back.
Trees grow back. Exactly.
I'm not touching that one. Last but not least, Donno actually sent me this one, so no surprise.
You're using this?
Oral sex is fueling an epidemic of throat cancer. They say that people that are 6 more times likely to have throat cancer if they have oral sex.
That's a head scratcher.
No one-liners right there.
That's a head scratcher. I mean, I'm shocked that that
I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I don't want people to get
I don't want people
oral
to get throat
cancer.
cancer.
But at the same time, what
I
you're
don't
doing
want
one
that to
time is
stop
your
either.
business.
Yeah.
Sure. And I mean, this can easily be used as an excuse, now, of course.
Lack of protein.
Yep. Yeah.
That's what it is.
I'm gonna have to think on this one. I'm gonna have to do some thinking by myself on this one. Thanks for the pictures, though. Those are nice. And that right there is something or nothing. Coming back with some headlines. Get you ready for the Panthers game 7 tomorrow and the Heat Knicks series. Vlad, we're coming for you.
It's on.
This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports WQAM is presented by BetQL. Smarter
It's time for Sports Day.
Beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
We're very pleased with the draft of Bo. One thing, it's not a gamble as to his talent, and I'll take the gamble on whether he plays football or baseball.
Nobody has walked or ran in Bo's shoes. And once I make my mind up about what I'm going to do, it's going to be because it's what Bo wants and not what somebody else wants.
He has to make a decision, and when he decides, then we'll say, God bless. We're hoping that it'll be football. I think it will be.
I proved all of you wrong. And now all of you are sitting here saying, this guy, he's done just the opposite. I'm going to always do the opposite.
On this day in 1986, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted Bo Jackson #1 overall. Now, if you're saying, wait, he didn't play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's right. He said, I'm not playing for you. Draft me #1. It doesn't matter. I'm not playing for you. I'll go play baseball. Buccaneers drafted him anyway. And Donno, how'd that turn out for him?
Not great.
So Bo Jackson goes and plays with the Kansas City Royals, Major League Baseball. Then in a supplemental draft, he was drafted by the Los Angeles Raiders. And in my opinion, one of the, if not the greatest athlete of all time, 1986.
And I just brought up his name last segment, so that's I know, not knowing this was the anniversary of him getting drafted in '86, so it all comes full circle.
Of course, it's come full circle for Will Mallory in the 5th round, 162nd overall pick. He is going to be with the Indianapolis Colts. Of course, the Colts, they've got a lot of picks this year, man. They got Anthony Richardson, that 4th overall pick. They took a cornerback from Kansas State, a wide receiver from North Carolina, offensive tackle BYU, defensive tackle Northwestern, cornerback from South Carolina. That cornerback room over in South Carolina, what's going on over there? And a safety from Cal. So Will Mallory, they said they're loading up on weapons. He's just another weapon that they have at their disposal for the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, my beloved former Kane is going to be catching passes from a former Gator, so that's going to be kind of weird. But I still wish Will Mallory the best of success because, something, not only is he a really good pass catcher and just a little bit of an underrated football player, because he probably should have gone maybe a little bit higher than he did, because, you saw what he did in his pro day where he was excellent. Combine, he was really good and faster than people expected, but this dude is a bona fide leader, great locker room guy. I think he's going to fit right in Indianapolis, and he's going to be very, very mature for a rookie this year. So I think they got a good one.
Yeah, you got to feel as though he's real mature. His dad and his grandfather both coached and played football at the collegiate and pro level. So it seems like he's got that pedigree. And, some people say that doesn't make a difference, but I think it does. I really do think it does.
Yeah. And he's got great hair, too. So,
oh, really?
Yes. Excellent hair.
Interesting. Whatever happened to Lou Headley? Is he going to be making a free agent team, or it's going to be hard to draft a punter. I understand.
Yeah,
that.
I assume he's probably going to go the UFA route. I know like Lou's looking monstrous, Dan. When I was covering spring practices, March and April at Miami, there was at least one day out there when Lou was hanging out at the facility, working out. And, you look at this guy, you're like, oh, what, for people, obviously Lou's recognizable, but for just a bystander, you're like, oh, look at that linebacker over there riding the stationary bike. No, that dude is a punter. And he is, he's, hopefully because he's good, man. And obviously Australian punters these days have become the flavor of the month. And so hopefully he gets an opportunity somewhere. And if he doesn't get an opportunity in the NFL, get the opportunity in one of the other FLs, the XFL, USFL, he's got options out there, but hopefully it's the NFL.
Lots and lots of opportunities, of course. Lots of good vibes this week in the South Florida sports world. Let's relive it with the montage.
It's time to ball, y'all. The Bucks win the tip.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for this afternoon's matchup. Game 4, Panthers and Boston Bruins.
Adebayo, Lopez, toe-to-toe. The house is already booming and rocking.
Welcome inside TD Garden here in Boston for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins. Game 5. The Bruins holding a 3-1 lead in this first round.
I like the way it tastes in the middle of the night in the cemetery, breathing in the moonlight.
Welcome inside FLA Live Arena here in Sunrise for tonight's Game 6 as the Florida Panthers are trying to even their first round best-of-7 series with the Boston Bruins, hoping to force a Game 7.
Friday night baseball here in South Florida with South Florida's own Jesus Luzardo on the mound. An exciting win for the Marlins yesterday, and they hope to piggyback off of that.
Looks for Campana. The header down and slapped to the ground by Clark. Not quite razor sharp enough, but Clark able to slap it away at the last moment.
But that's it for this one. 6-2 Bruins. That's a final.
The series is led by the Eastern Conference 8th seed, Miami Heat, 3-1.
Allmark back four, gave it away. Verhaeghe to the front of the net. It's poked at. Backhand. They score. Matthew Tkachuk in overtime. And the Panthers win it 4-3. And there's going to be a Game 6 in Sunrise on Friday.
The Miami Heat advance to the second round. They are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come.
Ground ball up the middle, pass Swanson and into center field. Segura wins it. It's a Marlins walk-off win.
Buy me some Gene Segura right now.
7-5. The Panthers get it done tonight in Game 6. There's going to be a Game 7 on Sunday.
And that Game 7 is going to be at 6:30 here on 560 WQAM. Got some other headlines to get to. The Dolphins drafted South Carolina cornerback Cam Smith in the second round and Texas A&M running back Devon A-Chain in the third round. Miami getting close to that 6th round pick and that 7th round pick. They should be doing that later on today. So far, Donno, it seems like everybody's pretty happy with what the Dolphins have done so far.
I don't know about that. I've seen a lot of fans who are unhappy just based on the fact that you went into last night, thinking tight end, offensive line are far and away the 2 biggest needs. I remember seeing the sports books listed those 2 positions as the co-favorites for what the Dolphins would draft at 51 overall. And then you come away with a cornerback pick in round 2, Cam Smith, fine player. And I don't think any of the GMs in the NFL knew more about Cam Smith than Chris Grier does, because Grier's son plays at South Carolina with Cam Smith. So there's familiarity there. And then you go running back in round 3. Now, honestly, I do like both of these picks, Dan. I see a lot of Twitter GMs questioning it. Why didn't you go for need? You may, though, have need for a corner next year, an even bigger need, because I don't know what the future is going to hold for Xavier Howard at Aqua and Orange. He might be, Smith might be his replacement. And I definitely think there is need to add another weapon on offense. I think Devon A-Chain is that. So I like the picks, but I think that there definitely is concern with the idea that you're probably not going to be getting starting caliber type offensive tackles, or even like number 2 caliber tight ends in the 6th and 7th rounds. So are those still going to be glaring needs for the Dolphins heading into the season?
All right, 2 things. A-Chain's nickname going to be A-Train.
I think it already is. That's what Lee Sterling was telling us, that at Texas A&M they were calling him A-Train.
A-Train. And second, with these picks, sometimes if you're the player that you want at the position is not there, it makes no sense for you to go and take a reach at maybe at the position, but not the player that you wanted at that position. I think that's happened to us with the Jets. A lot of people ripping. I'm only bringing this to compare. Jets needed offensive line help. Everybody thought they were going to go after a tackle at 15. People ripped them for maybe moving that pick from 13 to 15 with Green Bay if they were looking for a tackle. But the tackle that you want is not there. Maybe it was drafted higher, or it was taken by another team. don't reach and go for somebody that is not, you don't think is that talented for that position. Get the best player that can help you now, because you're in a win now situation. So get the best player that's going to help you now. And like I said, I'm going to keep on repeating this. Those skill positions, you need as much talent and depth as you can get, because injuries happen. And then when you think you have it all filled and then an injury happens, then you're going to be, oh man, I should have drafted, or who am I going to be able to get in free agency or right now to help? I think it was good picks by the Dolphins.
I'm a big believer in getting the best player available, because it's always good to have as much talent as possible. If you need a position, then at least you have a war chest of players that you could possibly trade or move or do things like that. So that, for that simple reason, I'm always get the best player available, and then you can let the pieces fall where they may.
Yeah, and remember last season, you were down for the entire season one of your top two cornerbacks because Byron Jones didn't play a snap last year. You were without X for decent stretch of the season. He was playing hurt through, I think, 2 groin injuries through much of the year. So your cornerback depth has already been tested to the point where you were relying on some unheralded guys and undrafted guys last year to hold down that position for a long time. And as we talked about earlier in the show, fellas, I don't think the Dolphins really pressed the issue with the running game enough last year. So, to add that element of it, to add another quality piece on the offensive side is important as well.
And you also have a new defensive coordinator who's really good at with secondary. So therefore, maybe that was like, okay, we have we have Fangio as the defensive coordinator. He probably will he's very good at secondaries. Look what he did with Denver, adding another cornerback to help X-Man and Ramsey, something that probably was going to be more beneficial for the team. So I don't think you really could knock it, especially with this team that's loaded and talented and is coming off a wild card appearance last season.
The Hurricanes baseball team, they were down 4-0. They've scored 6 unanswered against Louisville. They are up 6-4 as they are going into the 5th inning. So keep a good mojo going. Inter Miami, hopefully they can score tonight. Man, 6 unanswered would be great. But Columbus only given up 2 home goals this year. That game starts at 7:30 here on 560 WQAM.
Yeah, it's good. How many straight, Dan? Is it 5 straight, 6 straight that they've lost in MLS play?
And how many goals have they scored in those 6 games? Like maybe 4?
Yeah, I don't think that many. I don't think that many.
Oh my
3
God.
maybe.
The Panthers scored in one game. The Panthers scored more goals than they've had in the Inter Miami in a season.
Yeah, it's been rough, man. It's been rough.
One period.
I had high
actually.
hopes, man. I had real high hopes too. Speaking of hockey, though, Carolina finished off their series against the Islanders, winning 2-1 last night. Dallas did the same to Minnesota with a 4-1 victory, while the Avs forced a Game 7, downing the Seattle Kraken 4-1.
Kraken? Or Kraken?
Kraken. It's a big
So it's
squid.
Kraken.
It's Kraken.
It's a sea monster. So squid. It's a squid-like sea beast.
Yeah,
Good for them. I'm happy for them. What's this? Their second season. They made the postseason and they got their ass kicked. But it's
they're going to a Game 7 though.
Oh,
against
wait,
the Avs.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good for them to reach a Game 7 in their second season. I know Seattle's desperate for some type of sport teams other than the Seahawks and the Mariners. It's nasty what the Thunder did, but what the NBA did allowing the Seattle Supersonics to go to the Oklahoma City. But you got Game 7 in NHL hockey. You got a Game 7 in NBA first round in the best series. Like you said, the best words in sports is Game 7, and you have very exciting Game 7s going on. And we have one tomorrow evening on 560 WQAM as the Panthers take on the Bruins.
Take them down. Let's go down to the day spa. Have you guys heard of this? It's a new dating trend. It's called zombie dating.
I heard about this.
What?
Getting zombied. It's worse than getting ghosted. But you know what? So explain, Dan, how it works, because you probably have the story in front of you, how getting zombied works.
Well, zombied is like getting ghosted, but then all of a sudden that person pops back in your life, texting, sending messages like, hey, I miss you. We need to hang out. So they'll disappear for periods of time. Then like a zombie come back to life and try to get back in your life.
So it's basically like the 2 a.m. Hey, big head, what you doing?
That's it. Yeah.
That's it. That's the zombie.
I like booty calling.
Yeah, that's nothing. I don't like the word. It's already happened. It's the hey big head. I like the hey big head.
I would rather
people. Yeah.
then
People
I'd
act
rather
like
a
it's a
zombie
new
than
thing. I've even been. I mean, usually it's probably men who do the zombieing to women, but I've been
women
zombied
do the
before.
zombie
Yeah,
No, women do the zombie in the men.
yeah, and that
I'm
was like
telling you that.
15 years ago. I've been zombied, so I know it's not a new thing.
I was zombie the other day.
Everybody knows what happens. The girl goes back with her boyfriend or dates another guy, puts you on the back burner. All of a sudden, they're having trouble, so they break up. And she texts you one night, "Hey, I don't know why we don't hang out anymore." And you know better, but it's so hard to say no.
I got you. I'd rather be zombie. You know what? I'm not knocking the zombie word, Donno and Dan. I'm gonna tell you why. I'd rather be zombie than friend zone.
Ooh,
Well, that's the worst. Yeah, none of that.
Yeah, I'd rather be zombie than friend zone.
Yeah. And if you are a guy or a girl and you're putting someone in the friend zone, let them know right away, because I don't want to play that game like maybe she does like me, maybe she doesn't like me. What's going on here?
Well, and also, and if you're unknowingly in the friend zone and you try to make something happen, then it just makes it so awkward. Like you can't come back from that. Is the thing.
Right.
Like,
It's awkward.
yeah, it's the worst.
Honesty and openness. That's why, like, if you're with someone, you tell them, "I like you. I want to be with you. Get with you." And if they're like, then you got to be like, okay. At least I shot my shot. You got to shoot your shot. That's the main thing. Whether it's a zombie shot, whether it's a ghost shot, whether it's a real shot, you got to shoot your shot. Up next, we're going to break down that first round of the draft, see if we kind of agree there might be some reaches in there. There could be some diamonds in the rough. We'll talk about that next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line.
560 Sports, WQAM. This is Sports Day on a busy Saturday in the South Florida sports world. Getting ready. Marlins, Cubs, game 2 of their series. Walk-off Gene Segura last night. Jesus Luzardo had a pretty good game. Marlins back at 500. Don't look now. Hey. But what everybody's been kind of paying attention to. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the combine. I don't need to see guys running and jumping and lifting weights.
I love it.
I am a big fan of the draft day, though. Draft day is always cool for me.
You know, this was the first year in a handful when I skipped my yearly tradition of watching the movie Draft Day on draft week. I just didn't get around to it this year. And with the way that first round played out, with what Houston did, selecting second and then trading to number 3, I'm like, wow, I didn't need to watch Draft Day this year because they basically did the same thing Kevin Costner was doing in that movie.
Yes, indeed. Moving, wheeling, and dealing. I don't think anybody was surprised that Bryce Young went first overall. I'm not the biggest Bryce Young fan. I think he's good. He's going to be okay, but I just don't see him being a superstar. Maybe I'm wrong. Do you guys see him possibly being a superstar?
There's always that question, Vlad, when you take an Alabama quarterback, or these days you could say a Georgia quarterback, or even an Ohio State quarterback, where it's like, okay, is he really as great as we think he is, or how much was he elevated by all the talent around him? But then they're also facing the best competition week after week in the SEC and, you know, playing in college football playoffs and all that. Bryce Young, to me, he's got the highest floor out of the quarterbacks who were drafted, but I do not believe he has the highest ceiling. I think CJ Stroud, who to me, just strictly based on everything, I thought he was the best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah,
and
he doesn't look too bright.
What's that?
He doesn't look too bright.
Well, apparently his cognitive test scores are not great.
I'm not
either.
even talking about the cognitive. He just doesn't look it. I'm looking at him like, I don't know if I want to leave. I want to give the keys to the car to this guy. He doesn't look like he's in Houston. He looks like they're gonna get those strip clubs. Gonna get him. They're gonna get him. They're gonna get him.
And that's the question mark on him. So he's got a lower floor than Young, but a higher ceiling. I think Anthony Richardson has a way lower floor, but a way higher ceiling than probably anybody. And I think Will Levis has a pretty high ceiling as well, despite the fact I don't like the way he takes his coffee.
Right. I agree with everything you said. I think Young is just out of all the quarterbacks, he was probably the more ready. Like you're not going to be upset if you throw him right now into the NFL and have him lead your offense and lead your team. Does the size matter?
A little bit.
It always matters in life sometimes, but if he can get the ball to the receivers, if you can protect them, it doesn't matter. If you protect them, they put the talent around him and they get an offensive line that can protect him, and he can get the ball to those skill position players, he'll be a success in the NFL. And he's in a division that's not that strong. Who's the best quarterback in that division? Derek Carr? And are we really going crazy for Derek Carr?
I am.
Well, you are, because that's your quarterback.
Underrated though with the Raiders. Very underrated.
Listen, and you know what? If he's my quarterback, I'll start saying positive and great things about him. But if you're in that division, both AFC and NFC South, if you're looking at those divisions, you're not that far away from being able to compete and win that division. Yes, the AFC South has Trevor Lawrence. The NFC South has right now Derek Carr, but Derek Carr was in that division last season, and you have talent around him. Carolina with Sam Darnold was up to week 17. They were right there to win the division, even though the division was that bad last season, but they were there. Atlanta, I think Atlanta did very well in drafting Bijan Robinson. They're already a running team. They led the NFL in running plays, and they added a great running back to go with that great tight end in Kyle Pitts and a big ass receiver in Drake London. That's an intimidating team. They're putting talent around Desmond Ridder, and the Buccaneers, I don't know what they're doing. They're going with Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. I don't think you're going to win with either one of them. And they drafted a defensive tackle in the first round.
I just love what the Texans did. People were saying, are they going to take CJ Stroud? Are they going to take Will Anderson Jr.? Oh, by the way,
They drafted both.
We'll get both. We'll get who I think is the best quarterback in the draft and maybe the most talented guy overall in the draft in Will Anderson Jr. If you're a Texans fan, you got to feel good.
Well, and kudos to the Texans for making the right football decision and not making a business decision, because one of the reasons why people thought Houston wouldn't take CJ Stroud is because he's represented by David Mulligetta, who's the same agent that represents Deshaun Watson. And even before all the massage parlor stuff started coming out, that agent was really playing hardball with the Texans, to try to get Deshaun Watson traded. And there were some hard feelings there. And despite the fact that he happens to represent their new franchise quarterback, they still made the pick anyway, which I think was a mature decision not to hold that bad blood against this player.
Yeah, and big splash, Detroit Lions go running back Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama. I personally like the choice. I think it's a good decision by the Detroit Lions.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. At first, I thought, what were they doing? Because they signed David Montgomery during the offseason and they had DeAndre Swift. They let what's his name? The guy that led the league in touchdowns, rushing touchdowns last year. Former Green Bay Packer. Was it I forgot his name.
Oh, why don't I remember either? Jeez.
Number 44. I believe he went to the Saints. He was signed as a free agent to the Saints. So when I'm like, why do they need 3 running backs? But guess what? Let it marinate. We've realized why. They traded DeAndre Swift to the Eagles this season. Today. So that's the reason why they decided to draft Mr. Gibbs in what was it, number 9 or number 10? I believe it was number 10. 12. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, number 12. So they drafted. Okay. So 2 running backs were drafted in the top 12. Great pick to me. You already have Jameson Williams missing 6 games and because of the gambling suspension. So what you're going to do, you don't want to put Jerry Goff in positions. You're going to be in the lead a lot with the team and the roster that you have. Run the ball. And he's a hell of a receiver out of the backfield. He could be one of those guys, maybe like Roger Craig, maybe a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield and help you out with yards between the tackles. Shifty. I like that. I thought I was hating on it in the beginning, and then when I thought about it, and now seeing what the move was made for, it's a very good pick by the Lions. I like that.
And that's an important thing to remember, that these general managers aren't looking at these picks in a vacuum, right? They have the full big picture, which we don't have. It's like even when the Dolphins drafted Cam Smith last night, a lot of people are saying, well, you don't really need a cornerback right now. Well, you're probably going to need a corner really badly in a year, and you've just drafted Xavier Howard's replacement, and you're going to get him in the system for a year before he gets to take over that starting role. So it's chess, not checkers.
Yeah, with Jamal Williams was the running back that the Lions had last season that now signed with the Saints to help out the Saints, because you figure Kamara is going to be suspended maybe 4 to 6 games as well. So you're starting to see that a lot of teams, especially the good teams or the teams that are on the verge, are really making an effort to solidify the running game to help take the ease off their quarterbacks.
And if the Eagles weren't good enough, maybe the best team in the league last year, pound for pound, and they had a pretty good draft overall. In the first round, they take defensive tackle from Georgia, Jalen Carter. You know he is going to be an absolute workhorse that is going to do great for them. And they had a second pick in the first round also.
Is it Nakeem Dean?
Let's see. I just lost it. Jalen Carter, and I just lost it. I had seen it and I thought it was good. Oh, Nolan Smith. Another guy from Georgia. And just load up on the best college team for the best pro team. That's all you got to do.
Don, don't you think this was the best thing that could happen for Jalen Carter to go instead of go? Because I didn't want him going to Vegas. I did not want, when the Raiders were there, I was like, Joe God, because the Raiders could use anybody right now. They really,
sure.
They can shore up any part of their team right now. But I was like, he does not, after that incident with the accident, and you don't want Jalen Carter in any city where the lifestyle could play a factor.
You don't want him in Vegas. You don't want him in LA, Miami, New York.
Philadelphia, where he's surrounded by former Georgia Bulldog players, guys that he know, and vets like Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. You're around really good guys. I think it's going to be very beneficial for Jalen Carter. I think Howie does it again. Howie magic, man. Howie does it again to solidify this team. This team is already the most balanced team in the league going into the season, and now they just shore up their defense, another strength. Got to give them credit.
Got to give the Baltimore Ravens credit. They got that South Florida connection going. They just signed Lamar Jackson, and in the first round, 22nd pick, they drafted South Florida's own, but via Boston College wide receiver Zay Flowers. And a lot of people very, very high on Zay Flowers.
Zay is a great player. He's going to do wonders in that offense, and I think that's a nice way to sweeten the deal for Lamar Jackson, right?
Mhm.
He finally gets. I know he didn't get the guaranteed Deshaun Watson money. The NFL basically just kind of agreed we're going to pretend that never happened, and with the way I was speaking with Alfredo Arteaga the other night, and the way he described it was the league just kind of decided, the owners let's pretend the Deshaun Watson 230 guaranteed didn't happen, and we're going to use the Jalen Hurts deal as the benchmark for how we do quarterback deals, and he gets a little bit more than Jalen Hurts got. And I know, listen, for all that difficult negotiation they had, Lamar, he wanted to be a Raven all along. He just wanted to be a Raven on favorable terms, and he got that. And now they draft him another weapon. And yeah, I think Zay Flowers is going to be a good one.
Disgusting from the jump. It didn't need to get to this point. We all knew Lamar was pretty much going to go back. He got his money, but he has no excuses now.
No.
You got Odell, you got Zay Flowers, and they're still probably in the market to make a move, maybe try to go after DeAndre Hopkins. You got your money. You got what you wanted. It's time to show. It's time to put up now. And second, when you're talking about the league as well, I bet you the league hurried up. You notice that Aaron Rodgers and Lamar deal was done the same week of the draft. Tell you the league, you know why? Schedule announcements coming up. League needs to know what games are going to be put on primetime television. So they probably told these guys, hey, speed this thing up, man. I need to know where I'm going to put these guys, what are going to be the favorable matchup, the most enticing matchup, so I can schedule this. Speed this up, because these two topics were what, the last 3 months, ever since the after the Super Bowl, all we've talked about was Aaron Rodgers trade and Lamar Jackson's free agency, and now they all were done within 2 days of each other.
Yeah,
very, very interesting when the league wants things to happen, how quickly it happens.
Well, with this being a very special draft day edition of Sports Day, what we're going to do is look around the AFC East and see how the Dolphins' rivals did these past couple draft days. That is next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voices?
Do I have to worry about this?
We are
Yeah.
560 Sports WQAM, a special draft day. Sports Day. Alex Donno, my cousin Vladimir Louison joining me. Dan Day, hit me up at Dan Day Radio on social media. Donno, what is your social media handle?
There's two ways to get me. My personal is at Alex Donno, and you can also get my show handle. I host Locked On Canes, where I talk Miami Hurricanes every single day on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow me at Locked On Canes or at Alex Donno, or both.
I got no issues with your love for the Canes, for the Dolphins, pretty much all the teams you like, Donno, I'm down with. Now, my cousin Vladimir and I, it's hard to be cousins right now because the Knicks and the Heat getting ready to play what's going to be a legendary Game 7 series, 7-game series, and I just can't wait. I'm not betting anything. I'm just telling you, Vlad, Heat in 7.
Next season?
Let them know at
next
Vlad
season.
2078.
Next season.
Vlad
if you see 7 games next season, yeah, I see that next season.
More reason
Vlad,
to come.
by the way, tell me, you've made all these bets with people at the station, Heat fans. You're the Knicks guy. Well, I want to know, like, what are the terms? Are you getting people food? Do you have to wear a Heat jersey if the Heat win?
So with Joe Rose, he knows not to bet with me
because
he lost, and he, I got him for a Johnny Walker Blue at Joe Stonecraft while he was also buying steak and turf, and all of that, all the crab legs and everything. It was good. Brian Monroe and I got him for that.
Top shelf liquor.
Top shelf liquor, yeah. It's great to get Johnny Walker Blue at like 12:30 in the afternoon. It was great.
Since we're talking about sport gambling, let's talk about this.
So
real quick.
let me finish this.
Okay.
So it's Dunkin' Donuts with Joe.
Okay.
And apparently with Leroy, it's Capitol Grill. It was supposed to be lunch, but he said I overheard him say it's Capitol Grill. I'm like, wow, I thought it was gonna, it's lunch, but he wants some fancy lunch. So I was like, all right, cool. When my Knicks win, he'll be. I'm gonna Joe Rose him.
Goodness,
I'm gonna Joe Rose him at the Capitol Grill.
Get some red. Got a lot on there.
You there, Dan? You can come with me. You my cousin.
Okay.
You my cousin. I know you root for the Heat, but you're my cousin. You can come.
All right.
Leroy's gonna have to pay for us. Yeah.
No, Leroy's my Wody, but you're my cousin.
Oh yeah, he's your right. There is Louisiana roots there, so therefore, yes, you're there.
Well, if you don't know what a Wody is you're at different wards in New Orleans. Leroy's 9th ward, I'm 7th ward, and over the years, people in New Orleans can't talk. So instead of you're my wardy, it just turned into Wody. So Wody means we're from the same city, we got the same kind of roots, but when you're somebody's cousin, that means that's blood. Blood's thicker than Wody.
Yeah, except when the Knicks play the Heat and up until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
I want to ask you this, Donno. How confident are you in the Heat? I'm like, what would be the largest amount of money or food or drink you would put on the line for a Heat straight up winning the series?
Not Blue Label, that's for sure. I'd buy him like a bottle of Jack, something like that. I'd buy him lunch at your finest Wendy's.
Okay, let's do this. I don't because I'm gonna buy you breakfast anyway, Vlad, one of these days for the show. So I might as well try to win something off you. I will bet you on this Heat Knicks series. I'm starting to get more and more confident.
Wow, look at this.
You already got Dunkin' Donuts on. I ain't going to no Dunkin' Donuts. I'm thinking like the Salty or one of these gourmet places, or maybe some different type of breakfast. Maybe something else. Maybe some type of what? What are you thinking? You said it? Well, I'll let you know if the stakes are too high. But what are you thinking, Vlad? What are you thinking?
You know what? How about your place where you do trivia?
Yeah, Duffy's. If you want to Duffy's and play Thursday, or I haven't been to Waffle House in a while, and even if I were to lose,
my jam.
Are
we gonna fly to Atlanta? Because that's the real.
No.
That's where the real Waffle House.
I understand that, but man, so it's kind of like a hedging my bets. If the Heat win, then I get free Waffle House. If I lose, at least I get some Waffle House in my life that I pay for. What are you thinking? Are you thinking
either Waffle House or
I can take care of you at Duffy's? That's not a problem.
Duffy. That's what I'm saying. It's not that
Duffy's on a Thursday night or just any night. I'll go there. They got Justin and Shannon behind the bar, Sabrina behind the bar, Tremaine, Devin the dude, Dre Day making it happen. Great people. Let's do it. I got you. We can't do breakfast. We can do like a lunch or a dinner.
Yeah, we'll do a lunch.
We can get crunk after the show one day.
We'll
Donno,
I'm coming. I'm in.
You're like, you're winning anything. You're gonna get. The food.
You had me at crunk.
Yeah. It's 2 for 1 every day at Duffy's. So Vlad's
I
gonna
love
order.
it. Everybody against Vlad.
It's all
it's
food
restoring
bets.
the feeling.
It's like
Well,
old school.
Yeah, how about this, Dan? I'll go in with you. So if Vlad wins, you and I will split the tab for the three of us.
Also, Justin and Shannon, if you're listening, fire up that free tab of mine.
There you go. So I will split the free tab with you.
You're a man of integrity right there, Donno. I appreciate that. What has been your worst sports bet that you have lost? And it doesn't have to be a lot of money. It can be something silly. The one that I always look back on, well, two of them I look back on. When I was young and the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan were wrestling for the championship.
wow, you lost the Ultimate Challenge.
I said, how's Hulk Hogan going to lose?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's scripted.
I didn't know that. Well, I did know that. And I still thought, oh,
yeah.
right, Hulk Hogan to lose.
And you would have known the winner by the name of the event. It was WrestleMania 6, the Ultimate Challenge.
Oh,
they kind of gave you away like who was going to win by.
I bet a guy $1, and I was like, it's a surefire, man. Hulk Hogan, no, that's not American. And when he lost, I was so heartbroken, man. And I had to pay up that $1, had to pay it through a fence. And then not too long ago, actually last year, I want to say, I had a 5-game parlay in the NBA just on a random like Thursday night. Me and a guy named Guido went in together.
Well,
had a chance to
right there. The guy's name is Guido.
Yeah, his name was Guido. So we went in and had a chance to win like $1,300. And I hit the first 4. And then Jason Tatum, that son of a gun, hit a shot at the buzzer to send it to overtime. And whoever they were playing, I had Boston ended up winning by 1 in overtime. I was done.
I'll tell you the worst bet. So I had a 18 parlay hitting.
Woo!
Oh my God.
I had 7 of them.
Wow.
Right? I had the Giants plus 3.5 against Green Bay first half in the wild card game. The one where Odell went when they took the 90s R&B group picture on the boat and then they went to Green Bay and froze. Remember Aaron Rodgers at the first half threw a Hail Mary and they scored the touchdown. And that Hail Mary cost me my bet.
Oh,
so
how much you were on the line for?
If I win, it was one of those ridiculous, like, you put like $10 and it's an 18. But you're hitting. So it's like, if you win, it's like going to be like 900, like to $1,100. But that Hail Mary cost me the bet. It was like, are you kidding me? Like, all you have to do is deflect the ball, just knock the ball down and you let him score a Hail Mary touchdown. That was a stomach punch. Yeah, that was a stomach punch.
All right, Donno, your chance to embarrass yourself.
I can remember the very first sports bet I ever placed was an awful bad beat. This was 2009. I don't remember the exact date, but it was October 2009. I happened to be in Las Vegas, big UFC fan. This was the first time Lyoto Machida, who was the light heavyweight champion of the world at the time in the UFC, was fighting Mauricio Shogun Hua. And Shogun was a big-time underdog in that fight. I think Machida was like minus 650, minus 700. Shogun, I don't remember exactly what it was like plus 450, plus 500. And I was thinking Machida was going to win the fight, but somebody talked me into one of these wise guys, one of those, probably his name was probably Guido out there, Dan, talked me into at that. There's value on Shogun. He's very aggressive. He's going to come right at Machida. He's going to give him a lot of problems. They fight. And that's exactly how it was playing out, Dan. Shogun was coming after him, was dominating in the fight, and then they go to the scorecards, and they gave just a ridiculous decision, these judges, and he lost the fight, and I lost the bet. And I'm, like, celebrating. I'm, like, running through the bar, going crazy, like, yes, we got this. We did it. And, yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, I kind of did something similar. One time I bet the underdog Rocky Balboa would defeat Creed in Rocky 1, and I lost that one too. Man, stop betting on things that are already pre-scripted.
Did you bet against Johnny in the Karate Kid?
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah, Bloodsport too. I don't know why I'm gambling on movies. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know, but yeah. So we all have our bad beats. We all have the fish stories, the one that got away. But nowadays, I try not to gamble that much. With that being said, I do now have a bet with my cousin, Vladimir Lewis, on Duffy's Implantation. We're coming for you one of these days after the show. Who will be celebrating? We'll find out. But I think all three of us will be celebrating that 2-for-1.
Could you imagine All the smiles that you guys will have if my team loses.
Oh, I'm inviting everybody on Thursday night
Yeah.
to come out and give you a
But
hard time
do
whenever we
you
go on that Saturday or
understand
Sunday.
the flip to that? The smile on my
Ooh.
face and all the joy, all the sadness that you guys will have. I don't
Yeah.
even have to say a word. I just look at you.
And you got to show up in all Knicks gear for
Oh,
sure.
you already know it. You already know what's coming. You already know how I'm rocking this whole next 2 weeks. This is gonna be it. I love the listen. This is great. What Jimmy and the guys have done right now is really brought hope back to a team. And this is my fear, Dono and Dan.
Mhm.
However, the Heat season ends, right? If it doesn't end in a championship, say it ends second round, okay, you beat the Knicks. Say you beat the Knicks. God forbid not, but say you beat the Knicks, you lose in the Eastern Conference Finals. I think that would be more acceptable for the Heat fans than what could have been.
Yeah.
Which would have been maybe a play-in game, not even make the playoffs or first round knockout. Then I still believe the team needs to reconstruct your next season. But the thought process will be a little bit different now, depending how this season ends.
Okay. Pump
By the
those
way,
brakes.
the Jets are about to pick, by the way, Vlad.
Yeah, we
they
just
got a
picked Zaire
linebacker.
Barnes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're ahead of me.
Linebacker, Michigan.
Western Michigan.
Western Michigan.
Big difference. Big
Yeah.
difference right there.
It's not the same. But don't you believe that the fan base will look at this season now totally different than they were looking at it before the Milwaukee series?
Dono, do you feel the way I do? I mean, you never want to lose. That's not American. We've talked about that. But I think the Heat and both the Panthers have done enough to say, okay, I feel good. I feel good about this season.
It's hard. It's hard because I don't want to go out to the Knicks. That's going to piss me off no matter what. Going out to the Knicks is going to piss me
Well,
off.
Celtics isn't going to be much better.
Yeah, Philadelphia's not going to be much better either. Whoever
I
you're going
know.
to lose to is going to be a rival of yours.
So you got to beat it. You
know.
got to win out now. Now you got to go to the
But
finals.
I think I can probably say that for the Panthers, though, because I remember how badly I wanted that 7 seed, which was up for grabs in the final regular season game. The Panthers could have been the 7 seed, which would have avoided Boston because Bruins, they're giants. Like, they are monsters. Record 137 points in the regular season. They're a great team. It's pretty remarkable the way the Panthers have been able to claw their way back in this series. So, I'm still going to have regrets from the regular season, Dan. Like, I still think the Panthers should have done better in the regular season. But as far as the playoff run goes, I'm not going to have any regrets. But with the Heat, I can't lose to the Knicks. It's going to hurt.
We're going to get some headlines next. We've got an extra hour because it is a special draft day edition. And we're going to look at that AFC East draft so far. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 5
It's time for Sports Day.
Beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
An extra hour on Sports Day today because it is a special Draft Day edition. Before we get to all the draft goodness, Alejandro Solana heard us betting this last segment and says he wants to jump on. So he may be jumping on from the Hawk and Crowder show and from the Heat broadcast in just a few. Vlad, whoo, got a lot of bets going on. I was telling Vlad off the air, Donno, that last segment that I did potentially could have cost me that one segment $1,200. You see, because I was paying my rent, I was zelling my rent, and I had to buy some gift cards. And if I were to lose to Vlad, I know he's going to eat and drink at least $200 at Dubby's Implantation. So an expensive break right there for me, possibly.
So I'm going to help you pay for it, though. If, God forbid, somehow Vlad's Knicks find a way, we're going to split that tab, Dan. So we'll 600 apiece, all right?
See? I'm a man by himself, a man on an island. 10 toes
No
down,
man is an island. Dennis Brown
representing-
saying that.
Representing myself and my blue and orange. Blue
Dolphin-
and orange skies, baby. Blue and orange skies.
Dolphin Kane actually jumped on the Twitch page and just says the Canes are up 10-6 on Louisville right now with the bases loaded. 1 out in the 8th. Let's go, Canes. I love me some college baseball.
Yeah, me too, man. And I was telling you, Dan, were you the one I was telling? You've been down to the light, haven't you? There was you have. There was, I think it might have been Trevor. And Vlad, it was maybe both of you guys. Vlad and Trevor haven't been down to the light yet. That's one of the best. The shakes are great. And it's one of the best live sporting events to go to in town. I love going down to the light.
Absolutely. I was actually trying to go to Titanic and Coral Gables today, even though the game's in Louisville. Just I hadn't been in a while, but got this Inter Miami game. But yeah, there's nothing like going down. It's nice and easy down to Coral Gables, especially it's a weekend, not that much traffic. You go to Titanic, you holler at the Metro Rail boys. They're out underneath the Metro Rail.
JD the boss.
Partying it up. Maybe afterwards, if you're still hungry. Oh, of course, you got to go see Joe Zagacki. Maybe get a Joe Zagacki shake.
Got to get the Joe Zagacki shake, baby.
And Joe hadn't said it. He hadn't confirmed it, but there's maybe a chance that Joe can help you skip the line, too, which would be clutch. Because that line is kind of long. He's never confirmed it, but he always kind of has this little sly look when he's like, Joe Zagacki shake. Like, yeah, but I heard the lines were really long. Hey, come talk to me. We'll see. So I don't know. Yeah, and then Titanic's always so great. All the great stuff out there in Coral Gables, and the atmosphere and the fans. College baseball fans are huge fans, man. They are diehard.
Yeah, college baseball fans are some of the best, and the chants that they do down there at the light. Yeah, it's like a ritual going down there. It's great, and Titanic's awesome as well.
Oh, it's always so good, man. So much good stuff. The atmosphere, and like a lot of fans, they go to all 3 games of the weekend, so they know each other throughout the year. So it's kind of like a big family out there. So I suggest if you get a chance, go on out to a Hurricanes baseball game. I also, you guys know I love the Marlins. I'm gonna have to make it out to some Marlins games. Definitely, if San Diego comes to town, I got to go see Fernando Tatis Jr.
Are they one of those teams you got to go see now? Like are they a must-see team?
For me,
yes, yeah.
Manny Machado, Hialeah's own.
I mean, they got to win it this season. It's a lot of money they spent.
We'll see.
I don't know how much money. I don't know how much more money Petco can sell. Can spend. I don't know how much. What is that? What's that? A food company, dog food company, or something like that?
Well, it's like a pet shop, like
pet shop.
It's like pet supermarket.
Yeah, it's Toys R Us for dogs.
Yeah, I don't know how many more dog supplies and animal supplies you can sell, because that's a lot of money to Bogarts, Machado, Tatis.
Yeah. Dolphins are getting close to their 6th round pick. We'll keep you covered and up to date on that. Let's get to some highlights. The Panthers scored 4 in the 3rd to tie the series with the Bruins at 3 games apiece. Game 7 tomorrow night, 6:30. I don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. I could see this game going any way.
I said this, Dan, and Donno, I said this to Dan last week. I was like, watch them win Game 5 in Boston and then probably, lose Game 6 at home. And I would say they came out with a sense of they came out with purpose last night. That was the first time maybe all series. Oh man, all right, you know what? Game 5 they did.
Game 5 for sure.
But Game 6, it was one of those games like you knew from the outset. Oh, there's gonna be a Game 7 in Boston on Sunday after the first period. Like you knew it.
And that's despite the fact that they trailed late too. You still had a feeling every time they needed to come back, they came back.
Like every time, okay, Boston take the lead. Boom, immediate response. All right, back. Game is tied. Now we take the lead, and That was, by the way, that last goal by Reinhardt. That's a classic.
Oh.
That's a classic NHL hockey game, video game. That's a Blades of Steel goal. When that's a NHL '98 goal. When you just when you're trying to clear out the puck out, and then you hit it off you hit C, and the puck hits the board and goes exactly right into the goal for the empty netter. Great game last night. The fans were great at FLA Live Arena yesterday. That was a great crowd, great playoff crowd. And I, got to give South Florida fans credit, man.
Hey.
Game 3, Game 4 in Miami at the K Center, and Game 6 last night at FLA Live Arena. South Florida fans are bringing it this postseason.
Hopefully there's a great crowd at Lone Depot Park right now because the Cubs and Marlins are underway in the first. It is a scoreless tie.
And national TV on Fox today.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
I know. Somebody else loves the Marlins, I guess. Maybe.
No, nobody else loves them.
Okay.
Only you. They're gonna hurt you. They're top.
The Kings, I've been high on them all year long. They beat the Warriors 118-99. Surprised the heck out of me. They pushed the series to Game 7. The Lakers, they surprised the hell out of me last night too, winning by 40 over the Grizzlies and finishing their season 125-85. Only one game on the slate tonight. Suns Nuggets. That is Game 1.
I like the Nuggets tonight. Suns in the series.
I could see that. I mean, obviously, I like the Suns in the series. I was saying Suns Game 1, but I wouldn't mind watching the Nuggets win Game 1, make it interesting.
Oh man, I can see this one going 7 series. But
yeah,
what's going to come down to this? Kevin Durant, wake up, go score a quick 10 points. You can go back to sleep after that. Okay,
but they have no answer for the Joker.
No, nobody does. I mean,
nobody does.
Right, they don't. But DeAndre Ayton's the only big man, and we put it this way. As much as Bam gets ripped, I think DeAndre Ayton gets ripped in the West Coast as much as Bam gets whipped down over here locally as the guy that with so much talent, a big man with so much talent, but sometimes disappears in critical moments.
I would way rather have Bam Adebayo than DeAndre Ayton.
Okay, granted, but we also say that in order for the Heat to advance and really be considered a significant threat to a title, Bam has to step up.
Yeah.
And we talked to Lee Sterling earlier. He said that Bam looked like he was scared to shoot the ball. I will say, though, Game 5 in that fourth quarter, he found his Wilsons because I think he scored 10 points in that quarter, and he was hitting that mid-range jumper over Brook Lopez.
Well, and he had, what was it, a triple-double in Game 6.
He did have a triple-double.
And his passing, he is such a good passing big man. And listen, I understand you need him to hit some big shots as well, but there are a lot of other ways Bam can affect that game, especially when Jimmy is playing the way Jimmy's been playing.
But are you guys gonna do the same thing you did during the regular season, where you had Jimmy guard Julius Randle? Now, as good as Jimmy is, you guarding that 6'8" bully, that's gonna wear on.
We'll see if Randle plays.
He's playing.
He's gonna play, but how effective is he gonna be? That's gonna be the big question.
Yep.
Your body's big. If your ankle may not be healthy, but your body's 280 pounds or 265 pounds. That's still going to work.
Is Julius Randle tougher than Giannis Antetokounmpo? I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know about toughness. I don't want to say
We'll
toughness. We're not questioning Giannis.
No,
toughness
not
or
as
passion.
playing. I don't know.
But if we're talking about one guy who uses who we consider a bully because of his athletic prowess, and another guy who uses his bulliness because he's just built like a bully. He's just everything he does is rough and hard. Pause. But it's Julius Randle's makes the easy things look difficult.
Yeah, he really does. Even his made baskets look like
right.
It
look like he's struggling. So, but when it goes in, it's almost deflating for the defender because you had to go through that. It's like a bull in a china shop, and then he scores. So it's like, so I had to take all that pounding, and then the guy scores. Like you're more willing to take the pounding if the person's not there. If the person's not scoring, you're doing your job. But if he's scoring and he's quite a handful down low, it could be a problem for you guys, and it might wear Jimmy out if he's guarding him. So that's why I want to know who's going to guard him. And Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson's been a presence in these playoffs, going against Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. He held his own. He was offensive rebounding his ass off. You gotta limit the Knicks on the offensive boards if you're the Heat so that you can run and get easy baskets. Because one thing we never saw throughout the season with the Heat to get easy baskets, we saw a lot of easy baskets in the Milwaukee series.
Heat in 7. Let's go.
5.
Oh, now it's gentleman's sweep. Okay, the disrespect on them.
Hey, they just did it to the 1 seed. Why can't they do it again?
Let's show some respect. Tyreek Stevenson, he was drafted to the Bears, while Will Mallory, he is going to the Indianapolis Colts. And hopefully we can respect Inter Miami tonight as they try to end that 6-game losing streak.
Can they score?
3-game MLS scoreless streak. Barely beating Miami FC the other night at FIU. Oh, man. I want to feel good. Let's
Hold on. You know what the playbook is going to be, though? They lose the game tonight. We can just start some more Messi to Inter Miami rumors and just distract everybody from it. Like that seems to be the playbook. We'll plant a story in an English tabloid. We'll all get excited about Messi.
I mean, he lives here. Why wouldn't he want to play here?
Well, I hope he's not watching them play because he's like, oh, I don't know how much help I'll get there.
I told you his dad is his agent, and he eats at a restaurant around actually this
really
radio station. And my friend is a valet parker. He says he's never tipped anybody.
Really?
Yep.
Well, how do you become? That's how you remain a millionaire.
That's well, they don't pay taxes either. Apparently, the Messis. So you know.
Apparently, that's
Okay.
And their supermarkets get robbed.
Oh yeah. Shot up. Not just robbed, Swiss cheese. Ooh, with notes being left. We remember you. Okay. Let's take a step into the day spa. A Dutch man who has fathered between 500 and 600 children has been ordered to stop donating sperm.
Wait,
oh my goodness.
How do we know he's fathered 500 to 600 children?
Well, they track that with the donations. Yeah.
That's too much. Enough is enough right there, man. That's just
like half of the country's related then if he's fathered that many kids.
That's why he's been ordered to stop donating, being such a good donor.
Wow.
Oh, that's, I guess, happy endings for everyone. Up next, we're
definitely for him.
And gets paid. Up next, we're gonna have my dude Alejandro Solana jump on. Maybe he wants to make a bet with Vlad about this Heat Knicks series. He'll definitely help break it down. That is Sports Day next, 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text
Heat Knicks rivalry renewed. It starts tomorrow, 1 o'clock. You can hear it here on 560 WQAM and part of the Hawk and Crowder Show and the Heat broadcast. Alejandro Solana joining us right now. Heard you have a bone to pick, or maybe you're just trying to tell us a little about this series. Solana, take it away.
Heat in 5.
Thank you. See?
You guys are smoking.
It's not that hard. Heat in 5.
Let me know what you're smoking.
I'm going to go 7, but okay, break it down. Why is it going to be Heat in 5, Solana?
I don't know if it's going to be Heat in 5, but here's my rationale approaching this series. There's two ways to look at it, right? I mean, the Heat just took down the number 1 overall seed in the NBA, and they did it in 5. I know Giannis was hurt, but it does seem like the national narrative is how the Bucks blew it rather than how the Miami Heat won it. I'm confused by that because, yes, Giannis didn't play 2 of the games, missed the first one pretty much for the most part, so he missed 3 games. But even when he came back, the Bucks were 0-2. And who was the better player in that series? Who was the better team when it mattered most? Who executed when they needed to execute? It wasn't the Milwaukee Bucks. It wasn't Giannis Antetokounmpo. It wasn't the number 1 overall seed. It was the Miami Heat. And game after game after game, everybody questioned if the Heat can keep the pace of which their offense was playing at. And time again, they did it. They are shooting at this efficient rate. It's not like the idea that it's just going to fall off now. I'm not buying into that. So I don't see how the Heat could take out the Bucks in 5 and all of a sudden we're supposed to be afraid of the New York Knicks. Like that doesn't sit well with me. I'm not saying the Knicks are bad. I'm not saying the Heat are going to own them and it's going to be a quick series. I'm just saying I don't see how you can take out the number 1 overall seed and all of a sudden be afraid of the New York Knicks. That's how I'm approaching this series.
I will say the New York Knicks have the best 3-point defense in the league, but throughout the season, the Heat have actually shot pretty high percentage against that Knicks defense. So that might give you a little bit to be worried about, Vlad.
Yeah, Tyler Hero was there. Tyler's not there now. And, all of a sudden you guys just caught fired. One of the worst 3-point shoot. One of the
Duncan can shoot again.
Yeah, okay.
He's back.
He can, but you know what? He's also an defensive liability.
Well, he wasn't in game 4 when the Heat went on an insane run down 13. He closed and didn't even score in the 4th quarter, and Eric Spoelstra kept him off the court. If he's such a defensive liability, why wasn't Chris Middleton? Why wasn't Giannis Antetokounmpo? Why wasn't Drew Holiday exploiting him on the court?
I can't answer what happened in Milwaukee.
I can answer that.
Showed that Milwaukee are frauds, and that the Heat exposed them.
Saying that Duncan Robinson is a defensive liability, is he known for his defense? No. But the idea that this is Duncan Robinson from 2020, to me, that's just like bad analysis at this point because, I mean, he was literally on the floor against the number 1 rated offense and they couldn't exploit him. And the Heat outscored them with him on the court. He had one of the highest plus-minus ratings in the NBA playoffs going into Game 5. So, like, I don't like that tape, Vlad. I got to be honest with you, Vlad. I don't like that tape,
Keep
man.
it a buck.
Like that. I'm going to keep it. You see, this is what I love. The inconsistency about this team. We've seen this team for, almost 88 games now, right? 88 games. And for the most part, this is not the team that we saw for 81 of them. This team has been very inconsistent. And you know it. So, you know what I'm saying? We've talked, and you know how frustrating this team is. All of a sudden now, they've caught fire. Can they continue this? Or can they go back to the team that they were? Okay? The team that wasn't able to hit the 3-pointers with this consistency. Because this is why I'm looking at the Milwaukee team a little bit different. And it's to say that the Heat showed that the Milwaukee were a fraud and they exposed them, and the Heat were the better team. That's why I agree with you.
But if you're saying that the Heat through 82 games, and you're right, proved that they were inconsistent, but then you're saying, well, the number 1 overall seed, the team that won the most games in the regular season, were fraudulent. So that. You can't say that.
To me, I can't say that because the reason why I can say that is because the Heat team was not a team that can score over 100 points. And this was supposed to be this great Milwaukee defensive team. Remember, Brook Lopez was a top 3 defensive player of the year candidate. and Miami scored 100 points in every game. Something I don't even think they did. I don't think they've ever scored 5 consecutive like that. Maybe once during the regular season.
No, they didn't.
This is not they haven't, right? They haven't.
No.
And then in the postseason, in the half court, all of a sudden they caught fire. So what I'm thinking is this: it's either going to go two ways. The real Heat will show up, and this is a 7-game series, right? Or the Heat are still on fire, and maybe I'm in trouble. The Heat win in 6, but I think it's going to be the latter. I mean, I think it's going to be the former. I think the real Heat will show up.
You're saying the New York Knicks team, that every game they played against the Heat this season went down to the wire. Literally, you needed Julius Randle's lucky.
But that's the Heat. The Heat won the most. The Heat won the most close games this season.
You needed the luckiest Julius Randle shot in the history of Julius Randle shots to beat the Heat at home.
That's right. You know what? I know we're not talking about lucky shots in both teams' franchise rivalry. Okay, Anthony Carter over the backboard. We're not talking about lucky shots anymore. Let's not do
guys,
that. Okay,
Donno,
and that was one
Donno
of the best
Dan.
games of the season. That was one of the best games of the season.
You know what I'm hearing?
Charlie Brown's teacher is what I'm hearing.
I'm hearing a rattled Knicks fan, baby. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a rattled Knicks fan.
Rattled? Hell no.
I'll tell you this.
No. I'm keeping it real.
This is the difference between the Heat regular season and postseason. Playoff Jimmy.
Yeah, and because Jimmy doesn't care about the regular season.
Well, he does, but you can't do that every single night.
I don't think he does. I don't think Jimmy cares about the regular season at all.
What about in general? And I actually do think this plays a part in this series, playoff experience. I actually do think the Knicks are very good. I'm kind of just trolling Vlad a little bit, but you saw what happened with this Cleveland Cavaliers team. Everybody thought they were a threat. Everybody thought that adding Donovan Mitchell would make them a serious contender. And I maintained, well, they were a very good team, right? But let's see it in the playoffs, because Donovan Mitchell, as great as he can be in the playoffs, we saw that in Utah.
Another fraud.
He was joining a team. I don't know if he's a fraud, but he was joining a team with a bunch of young players who have very bright futures, but haven't been able to do anything in the playoffs yet, haven't had that opportunity. And what happened? They lose in 5 to a Knicks team that I thought they matched up well against. So now you're looking at a Knicks team. Jalen Brunson, for sure. Baller. That's who I'm most afraid of. That's the matchup I'm most afraid of in this series. But everybody else on that Knicks squad doesn't have any playoff experience. And you're talking about a Heat team that just took out the #1 overall seed. And with this core, with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo last year, the exact same team took the Celtics to 7 and won road games in the Eastern Conference Finals in the playoffs. So this is an experienced team. This is a team that late in crunch time, in close games, just proved to you that they can outperform the best team in the NBA. And the Knicks don't have any of that experience outside of Jalen Brunson, who last year in the playoffs was magnificent.
You know, they did get eliminated 2 years ago in the playoffs. They were in the playoffs, so they have
the
something
Knicks
to play for.
in the first round. Who from that roster is playing significant minutes on this team right now, other than RJ Barrett and Julius Randle?
RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, Emmanuel Quickly. Okay.
Emmanuel Quickly. If Emmanuel Quickly wins you a playoff game, good luck. Okay, go ahead.
Slugging your shoulders on the guy that finished second in 6th man of the year. So you're just gonna shrug your shoulders.
Go ahead.
Win
a second round playoff game with
a lot of the core players felt the defeat of that first round of that playoff. So yeah, they have something to play for. Okay, but listen, let's get into the matchup. I need to know what you guys are gonna do. Who are you gonna put on Jalen Brunson? Because if you're not putting Jimmy on him, you're putting Jimmy on Julius Randle. Who are you going to put on Jalen Brunson? Because I've seen Gabe Vincent try to guard Jalen Brunson during the season. That didn't look good. That didn't look too well for you guys. So I need to know who you guys are going to put on Jalen Brunson. Because I know that they're going to put a bevy of players on Jimmy. It's going to start with Quentin Grimes, who's coming back. You know Josh Hart's going to play Jimmy during the critical stretches of the game. But who you guys are going to go to? Who you guys are going to put on our go-to play?
Zone defense.
Oh my
Zone defense.
Zone defense. You see, Salata can't even answer that right now.
I think Dolphin Kane brings up a good point. He doesn't need to be guarded. He's a bum.
Really? Go ahead, Dolphin Kane. Go ahead.
This-
Tell him that.
this
I'd like to
chat,
know
by
how
the
you
way-
stop Jalen Brunson.
Donno, this chat, by the way, is unbelievable because every time I look at it, I'm getting Marlins updates. And I'm thinking to myself,
Yeah.
like, what's going on here? I mean, we're having
That's
a fiery debate about the Heat. And I mean, this is
Andy's
dream
girlfriend.
scenario, right? Heat
And the
Knicks.
Dolphins are about to pick. The pick is in, I see.
Ooh,
Oh.
here we go. Excitement.
Look at this.
Making
You're
a
getting
selection.
live action.
You guys are going to see it before me because your TV is ahead of my
Yeah.
stream. So,
I'm
Vlad
so
or Dan,
excited.
when you see it, let me know.
Yeah.
Ted Lasso actors, by the way. Actors from the
Oh,
Oh,
Ted
is that
Lasso
who they
show.
are? I stopped watching after season 1. Like, I didn't like it got too popular. Like, it was good season
Elijah
1.
Higgins.
I felt like I was. Oh, is that who they drafted?
Elijah Higgins, wide receiver from Stanford. The Dolphins selected.
Didn't I
Elijah
joke
Higgins.
about this earlier that they're going to draft a wide receiver when that's not even a need? I joked about that.
No, he's a tight end from Stanford.
Well, he
Wide
says wide receiver on NFL Network.
Yeah, and
Maybe
also
he's
on
converting
ESPN.
to tight end. That would make more sense because they need a tight end.
35, 6'3",
Oh, that's a big one. He's a
Yeah,
big boy. He can become a tight end.
He's going to
some weight
convert to
on him.
tight end then. Receiving
some
tight
weight on
end.
him.
They
Well,
couldn't
maybe
get
that's the
Mallory.
tight end you guys wanted. Maybe they wanted a receiver who could turn into a tight end. There you go.
So
All right. But I still want to know, Solana, what are you going to do with Jalen? Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
I really think like the Heat have one of the more versatile perimeter defenders in the NBA in Caleb Martin. And also, I mean, you have Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler. I think they'll throw several looks at Jalen Brunson. I'm telling you right now, that's the matchup I think that the Knicks are going to try to exploit the most. But Caleb Martin this season has covered Jalen Brunson several times in the 4 matchups. And Caleb Martin is used to covering these fast combo guards. That's who
There's
Spo
nothing fast
usually
about
throws
Jalen.
at him. So
There's nothing fast about Jalen. Jalen's got a Kyle Lowry body. He just moves better than Kyle Lowry.
I'm just saying that's how Eric Spoelstra has been able to counter some of the faster athletic combo guards that the Heat match up against. And Jalen Brunson, like, he's got so many different ways that he can score the basketball. But I like that matchup with Caleb Martin on him. But again, like, the Knicks are constantly going to be looking for switches, for mismatches, and any time that they send a screen, I mean, they're going to be hunting for the Strus matchup. They're going to be hunting for the Kevin Love matchup when he's on the floor. By the way, Dan Day, you brought me on a week after the Miami Heat signed Kevin Love, and Vlad told me he'd be this huge defensive liability, that he was washed, that he wasn't somebody who could realistically
And he wasn't
contribute.
that up until this series.
And he told me that he in the playoffs wouldn't even be able to get minutes. And all I know is that in a closeout game, Kevin Love was a dog, and he had a pretty big 15-point performance as well, knocking down 5 3-pointers in the first round against the Milwaukee Bucks. And the series, truthfully, shifted in Miami's favor when Spo adjusted the starting 5 and put Kevin Love back in. So I would just like to point that out, Dan, because if you remember, that was Vlad's biggest thing.
Up until this series. Are you, man? I love this. I really love this.
But here we go. Here we go with the Knicks fan wanting to devalue the most important time of the season. I mean, like, what are you harping on the regular season for? The Heat just showed you in a 5-game sample size what they're capable of.
Alejandro Solana, excuse me. Hold on, Dan. Hold on, Don. There was a Tuesday this month that the Heat hosted a play-in game.
Yeah.
Against the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, that's a good team. Took the Celtics to 6. That's a good team.
Well, they tanked it because they knew they could take out Milwaukee. They wanted the Bucks.
Now they're a good team.
That's a good team, man.
A team that the Heat dismantled last season in the first round of playoff.
Right.
A play-in game where all they had to do was win one game, right? And maybe the Heat are sadistic. Maybe they're psychotic. Maybe they like things more difficult than they are. They had to win one game. To win the one game, they would have been the 7th seed. They laid an egg.
The cruise business was slow during COVID.
They were
needed another home game.
They were down in the 4th quarter against the Chicago Bulls. They were 3 minutes away from being eliminated from the play-in game.
Let them know, Solana, they're best.
And then all of a sudden now, in 2 weeks, this is everything. Everything's done changed. Everything's done changed. Now, oh my God, Vlad was wrong. No, Vlad was right about the Kevin Love deal. He just had 2 weeks of bliss. Okay, everybody has the 2 weeks of bliss.
But
you know?
I don't
And
understand how
reality
you could
sets in.
say I truthfully don't understand, and I love how this has turned into First Take, but I don't get how you can say that you were right about Kevin Love when
I was.
But right about what? I mean, in the playoffs when it mattered, why did the Heat go out and sign Kevin Love at the right before the deadline? Was it? Hold on.
You know what?
Was it to finish out the regular
What's
season
the wager?
strong?
What's the wager?
No,
I
it was.
don't want to hear none of this. I don't
It
want
was
hear
to
none
win
of
a playoff series, and he helped them win a playoff series.
this. He did. And he did. And
So what were you right about?
That he was done.
All right.
He was done.
We have 7 games to argue about this, and then the Heat will win it in 7.
We have 5
We'll
games
move
to argue
on.
about it, Dan.
Oh, 5. Alejandro Solana, you're always welcome here. Thank you so
What's
much.
the
for
bet,
joining us.
Solana?
Oh, are you here to make a bet, or are you just here to say Heat in 5?
I don't know. You said I'm here to make a bet. I don't know. You asked me to come on, so I'll make a bet if Vlad wants to make a bet. Like
I got to bet with everybody. I got to bet with every show in this in the station.
Yeah, Vlad, you're gonna lose enough money betting everybody else. So you go ahead. I also don't think I'm allowed to bet. By the way, like live on the radio. So I work with the broadcast. So
you're right.
I don't want to get fired.
We don't want you to get Calvin Ridley. We don't want you to get James Williams.
I don't want to get fired over a series that's obviously going to end in 5 with the Heat on going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Anyways.
Yes, we're going to treat you like gentlemen and sweep you. I understand that. I can't believe the overconfidence. Of
Tomorrow, 1 o'clock, preheat starts at 11:45. We get it started at 9 o'clock in the morning. Solana, we will talk with you tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to close out Sports Day in just a minute.
Hey, what?
Special Draft Day Sports Day right now here in South Florida. I've got a lot of good things going on. Like the Dolphins just picked their needs. Apparently, offensive lineman, running back, and tight end. What did they go with? Second pick, second round, Cam Smith. That's a cornerback from South Carolina. Devon Achane. He's a running back from Texas A&M. Okay, they need a running back. And then just now, the sixth pick, Elijah Higgins, a wide receiver from Stanford. Donna, what are you hearing about Elijah Higgins?
Well, they're definitely going to convert him to tight end, Dan. That seems to be the plan from Miami, and that was part of the pre-draft analysis on him. So, again, listen, I know a lot of Dolphin fans are scrutinizing this pick. Going by the scouting report from Lance Zierlein of NFL Network, he had Higgins on a fifth-round projection. The Dolphins get him in the sixth round. And they write, draft grades for Higgins could vary depending on how teams envision using him in their offense. While teams might see him as a big possession receiver with limitations, he appears to have the necessary tools to become a dynamic F tight end with the ability to work all three levels of the field. He has average ball skills, they say, but can run a more robust route tree than most tight ends. That comes from the receiver background. Also, he has the frame and technique to be an adequate run blocker in space. He might never be more than a backup at receiver, but could blossom for an offense ready to plug him in to two tight end sets. So that clearly they saw the same thing in him that Chris Greer sees, listed as a wide receiver, but Greer apparently drafted him to become a receiving tight end. And I did see someone in our comments say, you got rid of Mike Gesicki just to draft another Mike Gesicki. Keep in mind two things. One, he's going to cost you a lot less than Mike Gesicki costed you on a rookie deal. And two, characteristics be damned. No two players are created equally. And, maybe this guy has potential to fit McDaniel's offense better than Gesicki did, because Gesicki clearly didn't fit that offense so well.
Yeah, the only thing is he's a wide receiver. They're going to try to convert him to tight end. His blocking, I know that was kind of one of the sticking points with Mike McDaniel and Mike Gesicki, is that the blocking just wasn't totally there. Is that one of those things they're looking at like it's a blank slate and they can kind of train him on how they want him to be as tight end and blocking? Or I don't know what they're doing right there. What do you think, Dono?
Well, I think maybe Gesicki maybe had a certain unwillingness or inability to pick up that blocking scheme. Perhaps they feel like Higgins has an ability to pick it up. But let me also say, it's a sixth-round freaking pick. I mean, Vlad, we talked about this earlier. It's not like I'm not going to pretend Elijah Higgins is, going to be the next Tony Gonzalez. Listen, who knows?
Right.
He'll probably make the team. The seventh-round pick that they have later probably won't. I think the odds would be against that. Higgins will probably make the team, but he's going to be a project. If he wasn't going to be a project, he wouldn't have been a sixth-round pick. You got to teach this young man how to block is what you got to do now.
He better be a good special teams player if he's going to make this roster right now, because this team is loaded. And yeah, if you're a Dolphin fan, you want to strengthen that tight end position. You really do. That was an area of need you looked at, but I think they probably think they can get one. I think after the June 1st cuts, they can get a legit vet who will know the system immediately. If Mike McDaniel's what he wants from a tight end, it may be difficult for a young guy to learn immediately. Not everybody's George Kittle. You're not gonna find George Kittle. So does take time. It's better to make the right decision instead of making a rush decision. So I think they'll definitely strengthen the tight end position during after the June 1st cuts. I really do.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about being in a market like Miami. A lot of players do, as a free agent, or if they do get cut somewhere, they do want to come to South Florida, even though maybe the organization hasn't had a long winning history, at least recently. It is one of those places. You got the state tax thing going, or lack thereof, and you've got beautiful weather, beautiful people, great place to be,
and a coach that everybody seems to want to play for. That's something that was recently mentioned in that poll that ESPN had. And I know Joe Rose was talking about it, that a lot of players and execs are talking very well about Mike McDaniel, how he relates to the players and how there's a connection with the players, that a lot of guys will be more willing to come to play for the Dolphins, besides the fact of the great weather and the tax break that you get.
Pretty darn good team, at least on paper, somebody you can work with, teams you can work with. So it does seem like maybe, continue just doing what you're doing. I mean, you got what, 1 7th-round pick left, but get the best player available. Maybe you catch another guy that's slipped down. It seems like most of the guys that we picked have slipped in the draft a little bit, and then address your needs with free agency or undrafted free agents, and just try to kind of get things going that way. It doesn't seem like a totally terrible idea. I will say that.
And that's how, like, you can tell that Greer is going by best player available. Now, we haven't seen his specific board, so I don't know how his board matches up with, ESPN, NFL Network, and all that. But you do notice that every player he's taken to this point did have like a higher projection or draft grade than where the Dolphins got them. So that's got to be part of the thinking as well. And I'll admit, Dan, I was saying it earlier this week on this station, I'm not a huge best player available guy. I'm more of an addressing needs type of guy. But then at the same time, Greer put in months of work on his personal draft board, and he knows his needs better than I know the Dolphins' needs. So listen, I just hope he's getting this right, because again, you may come out of this entire draft without an offensive lineman. If you do get one, it's a 7th rounder. So it's kind of a throwaway anyway. So we'll see. I just hope that O-line can hold up.
I would have loved that 1st-round pick that we lost.
Yeah, wouldn't that have been nice to not have forfeited that 1st-round pick? If
Brady,
and Sean Payton.
Well, if Flo had just kept his mouth shut, we'd still have that pick.
Nah, man, Flo let y'all know that y'all were doing some nasty stuff, man. It's good for him.
Should have taken the meeting with Brady. He could have coached Tom Brady. I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
I mean, look, it's a good thing that happened.
That we got absolutely nothing in the 1st round because of tampering. Goodness gracious.
Tampering with Tampa's quarterback.
Oh,
Nasty
man.
work.
Man. Does it go on everywhere, or is it really?
Yes. No, of course
it goes on everywhere. It's just not outright outright shown in certain places.
I don't think they outright showed it. I think they fired.
They outright showed it to the coach.
No, I think they assumed that the coach who was part of that meeting wouldn't go putting it in a lawsuit. I think that was the assumption there. I don't think that's
you know what? It all worked out in the long run.
How does it work out in the long run?
The guy that hated Tua actually helped Tua become the quarterback that you guys wanted him to be.
We motivated him.
They motivated him. And then you got the right coach to help him.
Ruined his confidence. Yeah, that's
right.
That's an odd way to motivate your quarterback.
Tried to sabotage his career. Yeah, I guess if that's motivation, then I guess
Tua
owes everything to Flo.
If he did that, you would have Brady right now.
I don't want Brady. You know me.
I want Brady.
Yeah, you see? Look at that. One guy doesn't want Brady. The other guy wants Brady. So
I love Brady.
In the long run, Flores screwing with Tua's head actually in the back kind of helped him out in the long run, because now he found the guy that really likes him and really was able to showcase his skills and talents and let him know that he's a capable NFL quarterback. Now he just has to work on
Coach has had to build him up all season long and continues to build him up because of the damage that was done.
Yeah, well, listen, the damage was done, but not only by the coach, but management talking to listen, that's like talking to another girl. You're talking to the other girl, even though you're telling wifey everything's okay. That's not good. It's not good. And that's what the Dolphins were doing. Can't be having late night rendezvous with Tom Brady. Come on, man. That's nasty work. In a yacht. I bet Tua never got to the yacht.
I feel bad for Brady, because Brady's like, I'd love to go on Mr. Ross's yacht, have a nice conversation with Brian Flores, and Flores turned it down. It was that's the nasty
Flores
work.
knew the nastiness that was being involved. He didn't want no part of it. I can't win with him. As he pulled a Mike Singletary. He didn't want no part of this late night tryst.
That is interesting. That Flores was just like, no, we're not doing that. We're not breaking any rules. We're not doing anything. When most coaches, you would think, in the NFL, it's win at all costs. They would take that meeting, they would get on there, they would do their thing. Interesting. I would like to know what was going on.
Yeah, I need to know more going on because Brady. So why don't you really want to talk to Brady? Is it because you don't want to start ruffle any feathers? But he wasn't there anymore with New England, right?
What I'm saying is
this was before the Tampa.
No, your boss
Brady was this was before Brady went to Tampa. So Brady was just wrapping up with New England. That was right before he went to Tampa.
So then he was there's if Flores was looking out for Belichick, I would have thought about that, but no, that was over. It was over. The relationship was over. They were divorcing. Brady and Belichick were divorcing. So why wouldn't Brady want to go to a guy that he already knows from the Patriots organization? So I can understand that, but that's kind of nasty work.
It was a mishandling.
It's a lot of mishandling. But guess what? In the long run, it worked out. You have
cost us a Super Bowl. You saw what Brady did first year in Tampa. That could have been me. That could have been us.
It cost us also a first-round pick. Oh,
and this year's draft. Now, and like you said, it also involves with them talking to Sean Payton as well.
Could have. I don't know.
I think the Payton really was the one that put them over the top and like, yeah, we got to take away a pick from you. But who were you going to get at third? What would have been that selection? What 20?
Would have been 21.
21.
Yeah.
So I was looking at Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, offensive tackle. He went 27th to the Jaguars. I was like, that wouldn't have hurt. What if a couple offensive? Pittsburgh got Broderick Jones from Georgia, offensive tackle. That was number 14.
That was 14. They had a trade. They had a trade with New England.
Could have gotten Will Levis.
Could have gotten Will Levis. That would have been.
God.
I'm joking. Tuanon can relax. I was joking about that. I didn't want Will Levis.
Well, they don't know. You just said you still wanted Brady, so Tuanon.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, Tuanon's already mad at me. You're right.
What about Dalton Kincaid, a tight end from Utah?
You would have thought Michael Mayer
for sure. Yeah, I don't know if it's Mayer. I think it's Mayer. I would have taken Mayer. For sure.
Right? Yeah.
Some of these other guys like Darnell Wright from Tennessee, offensive tackle, that's too high. He was 10th, so we probably would have gotten there.
No, but 21, there you go.
I know. Nice. Paris Johnson Jr., offensive tackle, Ohio
too
State.
Too high. All the good tackles were all taken very early towards the
the top
pick
15.
9 to like 13.
Talking about I like what the Texans did. I like what the Cardinals did with that. What they did is they believe in their guy, Kyler Murray, and then they went out there and got an offensive tackle.
Do they have a choice? They're paying him all that money. I don't think it matters. I don't think they believe in him, but I think they're like, we better.
I believe in him.
It's a reset. They're basically resetting. They know they're not going to be able to challenge right now in that NFC West with the Niners and the Seahawks doing what they're doing. Got to give the Seahawks credit. They're creating another Legion of Boom with the drafting of was it Devin Witherspoon, the cornerback. They're doing a great job. Yeah, they're doing a great job, and they also got JSN to get a little the receiver out of Ohio State, Jackson Smith-Njigba. So give teams credit. The teams with the multiple picks did very, very well. They got great value with the multiple picks, like the Eagles, like the Seahawks, like the Lions, like the Texans. Great job. You know it's gonna be a great job when my Knicks win game 1 tomorrow.
That'll be at 1 o'clock. We're gonna get Sports Day going at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Whew, gonna be a beautiful day. Then we're gonna have at 1 o'clock. We're gonna have that Heat Knicks game. If that's not enough for you, then 6:30, probably a 5:30 pregame. You get Game 7.
So what you saying?
The Panthers and the Bruins.
So you saying 560 WQAM Sunday is postseason Sunday, where you want to hear all the great action? You can just tune in to 560 WQAM.
Just turn up. You're good to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be good. I got to try to find a dive bar to go to tonight after this Inter Miami game. Get my mind right for tomorrow. It's going to be fun.
What are you doing tonight, Donno?
I'm actually taking my wife out to dinner. We're going to do a date night. We're going to leave my my rambunctious 5-year-old with the grandparents, and we're going to go out to probably an Italian restaurant tonight.
Nice.
Well, get dappered up. Thank you so much, Donno, for this special draft day of Sports Day. My cousin Vladimir Louison. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. here on 560 WQAM. Later, Slug.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports WQAM.